Jangan kinerja tutukin bagi para dosen PTN masih terus disuarakan atau ada ini menyayangkan sikap pemerintah yang tak kunjung membayarkan tunjangan kinerja atau dosen
atau tukin yang tak kunjung dibayarkan kepada para
pencairan tunjangan kinerja untuk ribuan dosen ASN di bawah
Pembayaran tunjangan kinerja atau tukin bagi para dosen ASN masih belum ada kejelasan.
Tunjangan kinerja itu 100%. Kita nggak minta, tapi kita minta dari 2020.
Perjuangan panjang dosen ASN untuk memperoleh hak tunjangan kinerja tukin bukanlah cerita yang dimulai kemarin. Akar gerakannya dapat ditelusuri sejak lebih dari 1 dekade lalu. Pada tahun 2013, tokoh seperti Abdul Hamid dan rekan-rekannya telah mulai menggulirkan wacana dan perjuangan tukin, menyuarakannya melalui tulisan dan petisi. Sayangnya, perjuangan tersebut sempat kandas pada tahun ke-2014. Namun bara itu tak pernah benar-benar padam. Titik balik muncul pada Mei 2024 saat Fatimah, seorang dosen berdedikasi melakukan
Tes.
Cek, 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 cek.
Tes. Sudah, Mas? Tes. Tempatku toh, tempatku toh. Tes. Good morning, everyone. Before we begin, let us acknowledge something remarkable. In this room today, there are people who write policies, people who critique policies, people who conduct research about those policies, and perhaps a few people who are still waiting for the reviewer number 2 to finally approve their paper. Fortunately, today is not about rejection, but today is about possibilities.
Because every generations inherits a university system, but only a few generations have the opportunity to redesign it. And that is exactly why we are here, to challenge assumptions, to exchange ideas, and perhaps to disagree intelligently, which in academia is one of the highest forms of respect.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first International Conference on Policy, Innovations, and Practice in Higher Education 2026. A gathering where scholars, policymakers, researchers, university leaders, and innovators come together to discuss a simple questions with very complicated answer. How do we prepare universities for a future that arrives faster than our curriculum revisions?
On behalf of the organizing committee and NLXC, we are honored to welcome all participants joining us from Indonesia and various parts of the world. Today, we gather under the theme, Transforming Higher Education Through Policy Reform, Innovative Practices, and Global Collaborations, a theme that recognizes an important truth. The future will not wait for higher educations to catch up. Therefore, higher educations must learn how to lead.
With profound respect, allow us to acknowledge two distinguished personalities who honor this conference with their presence. Our highest appreciation to Professor Brian Yuliarto, STMeng, PhD, who is now joining us online, the Minister of Higher Education, Science, and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia. He's a scientist, an academic leader, and a policymaker entrusted with shaping the future of Indonesian higher education, together with Professor Dr. Insinyur Sri Suning Kusumawardani, STMT, the Director of Researches Directorate General of Kemendikti Saintek.
We are equally honored to welcome Professor Dr. Tariq Zaman. He's here with us. From the University of Technology Sarawak, Malaysia, a distinguished scholar whose contributions continue to strengthen international academic collaboration throughout the region.
We also extend our warmest welcome to Professor Dr. Haji Fasli Jalal, PhD, one of Indonesia's most respected educational thinkers and reform advocates.
And joining us from Egypt, Professor Dr. Muhammad Al-Khuzami Aziz, BA, MSc, and PhD of Fayoum University, a distinguished scholar whose work has contributed significantly to the advancement of higher education, scientific research, and international academic collaboration.
And from Australia, Dr. Faith Valencia, PhD, from Charles III University, Australia, who will share valuable perspectives on global collaboration and internationalization. As a mark of respect of our nations, we kindly invite everyone to stand for the national anthem of Republic of Indonesia, that is Indonesia Raya. For the participants joining online, we respectfully invite you to stand if circumstances permit. Indonesia Raya, please. And continued with the hymn of Adaksi, Hymne Adaksi.
Di bawah cahaya ilmu yang suci, kami berhimpun satu janji, membangun bangsa penuh dedikasi, mengabdi tulus tanpa henti. Dari kampus negeri hingga pelosok bumi, dari akademik hingga vokasi, kami satukan tekad nan murni, menjaga marwah insan pendidik negeri.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, every conference has a venue. Every conference has speakers. And of course, every conference has participants. But behind every successful conference is a group of people who believe that conference should exist long before anyone else did. Today, one of those individuals is with us, a leader who believes that meaningful change in higher educations begins with academics, when academics are not only consumer of knowledge, but also contributors to policy, innovations, and global dialogue.
The conference we are opening today is not simply an academic gathering. It is the realizations of a vision to create a platform where ideas can cross disciplines, institutions, and national borders. To deliver the welcome address, it is our distinct honor to invite the chairman of ADAXI, Pak Anggun Gunawan, MPhil, MA, and Professor Jamin, Pak Anggun Gunawan, MPhil, MA. Please join us in welcoming him to the stage.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Goedemorgen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning again, distinguished guests, respected speakers, fellow academics, researchers, policymakers, students, and all participants of the first International Conference on Policy, Innovation, Practice in Higher Education. First of all, us express our gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala because by His grace, we are able to gather today, both on site here at the Best Western Senayan Hotel Jakarta and the online from different places to attend this important international conference. On behalf of ADAXI, I would like to warmly welcome all speakers and participants. We are honored to welcome our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Brian Yuliarto, STMN, PhD, the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology of Republik Indonesia, and Professor Dr. Insinyur Sri Suning Kusumawardani, STMT, the Directorate General of Higher Education, Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology. Our highest appreciation also goes to our invited speakers. The first one is Professor Dr. Tariq Zaman from the University of Technology, Sarawak. Professor Dr. Fasih Jalal, PhD, the former Deputy Minister of National Education of Indonesia. Professor Dr. Muhammad Akhuzami Aziz, BA, MSc, PhD from Fayoum University, Egypt. And the last one, Dr. Faith Valencia Forrester from Charles Sturt University of Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, This conference is very special for Adaxi. As you know that for the last year, we can call it the kind of the radical organization, and we jump to the street and attack so many social media of our public figure in Indonesia. Right now, as I also mentioned to Professor Tariq, Adaxi wants to change their face from that phase to be the kind of the academic phase. That kind of a big movement from Adaxi. And I hope that this conference is not only the only conference that can we conduct, and we can continue a kind of the annual conference every year. Through this conference, Adaxi wants to show that our lecturers are not only vocal on the street, strong in social media, and critical towards national problems. We are not only able to protest, we are not only able to criticize, we are also able to think, to write, to research, to formulate academic arguments, and to offer scientific contribution to the problem of this nation, especially those related to higher education in Indonesia. This conference proves that academic activism and scientific contribution must not be separated. Lecturers have the moral responsibility to speak when there is injustice, but lecturers also have the intellectual responsibility to produce ideas, research, policy recommendation, and academic solution. Adaxi wants to stand in both spaces as a voice of advocacy and as a community of knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this conference is transforming higher education through policy reform, innovative practices, and multidisciplinary collaboration. Today, I would like to begin with an honest statement. Higher education in Indonesia is not in a good condition. It's kind of a British style, right? Yeah. Okay. We should not pretend that everything is fine. We must have the courage to admit that our higher education ecosystem is facing deep structural problems. We ask our universities to become globally competitive, but we do not always provide them with adequate funding, clear mission, academic freedom, and strong research infrastructure. We ask the lecturer to produce world-class research, but many of them are still struggling with the basic welfare. We ask the student to become excellent graduates, but too often our universities are treated merely as institutions that issue the diplomas. This is why Indonesia does not only need technical reform, Indonesia needs radical transformation in higher education. By radical transformation, I do not mean destruction. I mean returning to the root of the problem. We need to redesign our higher education ecosystem, its mission, government funding, academic culture, lecturer welfare, and its relationship with national development. One important issue we must rethink is the current logic of university clustering. For years, universities have been categorized into cluster and ranking. In theory, it might support quality improvement, but in practice, we can also create an unfair hierarchy. Strong universities become stronger, famous universities become more dominant, smaller public universities struggle to survive, private universities face increased increasing pressure, competition become unhealthy. In many cases, it become institutional cannibalism. Therefore, I believe Indonesia must move from a narrow clustering model toward mission-based higher education autonomy. Autonomy should not mean commercialization. Autonomy should not mean leaving university alone to find money. True autonomy must be connected to a clear public mandate from the state. Indonesia need different university with different national mission. Some university should be assigned and supported to compete in world ranking and global academic reputation. Some universities should be assigned to produce the best teacher for our schools. Some universities should be assigned to produce the best doctors, nurses, and health professionals. Some universities should be assigned to prepare skilled workers, create professional, technician, and applied scientists for industry and society. Not every university must embrace. Not every university must pursue the same indicators. Sure, higher education system is built through diversity of mission, fairness of support, and clarity of responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, I will shorten my speech. Okay, we must also speak honestly about our condition of lecturer. Lecturer are mainly pillar of higher education. Without lecturer, there is no quality teaching, no meaningful research, no academic mentoring, and no university transformation. Okay, before I close, allow me to underline one fundamental belief. No nation can be great if it ignores its teachers and lecturers. A country may build roads, airports, industries, and digital infrastructure, but without great teachers and lecturers, it will not build civilization. A country may dream a global competitiveness, but without dignified educators, that dream will remain. Therefore, if Indonesia truly wants to become an advanced nation, it must begin by respecting those who educated this nation. With the spirit, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially open the first international conference on policy, innovation, practice in higher education 2026. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, knowledge enlightens the mind and gratitude enriches the heart. To seek blessings for the success of this conference, we respectfully invite the prayer leader to lead us in prayer. To Bapak Fajar SHIMH, please lead us in prayer.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin our conference today, let's pray to Allah together in order our conference run smoothly, and allow me to lead this prayer in a Muslim's way. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. حمد الشاكرين حمد الناعمين حمد يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيده يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك الكريم وعظيم سلطانك. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد الفاتح لما أغلق والخاتم لما سبق ناصر الحق بالحق والهادي إلى صراطك المستقيم وعلى آله حق قدره ومقداره العظيم. اللهم اجعلنا من أهل العلم ومن أهل القرآن ومن أهل الصلوات ومن أهل العبادة، ولا تجعلنا وإياهم من أهل الشر والضير، إنك على كل شيء قدير. اللهم ارزقنا فهم النبيين وحفظ المرسلين وإلهام الملائكة المقربين برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. ففهمناها سليمان وكلا آتينا حكما وعلما وسخرنا مع داود الجبال يسبحن والطير وكنا فاعلين. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وأدخلنا الجنة مع الأبرار يا عزيز يا غفار يا رب العالمين. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. Thank you so much. ثم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming Dr. Muhammad Zamil Barambangi as chairpersons of the Board of Advisors of Adaksi. And also, Mr. Anggun Gunawan SP Leme as chairman of Associations of Indonesian Lecturers, Academic Experts, to officially open the first international conference on policy, innovation, and practice in higher education's 2026. Dr. Jamil and Pak Anggun Gunawan, please shake the angklung in 3, 2, 1. Thank you. By playing the angklung, so the conference is officially opened. We would like to request Pak Anggun and also Pak Jamil to return to their seat. Ladies and gentlemen, our first keynote speakers hardly needs an introduction. As Minister of Education, Science and Technology, he has been actively shaping Indonesia's academic landscape and fostering innovations for future generations. Please help me in welcoming our Minister of Higher Education's Technology and Science, Professor Brian Yuliarto, STM PhD, joining us online through Zoom. Prof. Brian, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, peace and prosperity to all of us. I hope my PowerPoint can be shown now, please. Okay, thank you. Of course, thank you, Pak Anggun, as Chairman of Adaksi. It's a great pleasure and an honor to join to all of you at the first conference on policy, innovation, and practice in higher education 2026. First of all, allow me to extend my warmest greetings to our distinguished guests, Mr. Anggun as the chairman of Adaksi, Professor Nicholas Fajar, member of the board of supervisors of Adaksi, Professor Tarik Zaman, our distinguished keynote speaker from the University of Technology Sarawak, Professor Fasli Jalal, member of the advisory board of Adaksi, and our first invited speaker as well, Professor Dr. Muhammad Al-Huzami Aziz is also our invited speaker from Fayoum University, Egypt. Dr. Faith Valencia Forrester, our invited speaker from Charles Sturt University, Australia. I also, of course, wish to acknowledge the leadership of ADAPSI, distinguished rectors, university leaders, academia, researchers, students, and participants from Indonesia and around of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in a period where the world is changing faster than our institution were originally designed to respond to. Artificial intelligence is changing how we learn, how we work, and how we create the knowledge. Climate change is forcing every country to rethink its model of development. Global supply chains are being reorganized. Demographic changes are reshaping societies. And at the same time, young people everywhere are asking a very important questions. What kind of future are we preparing them for? I would like to begin with a simple belief. The future of Indonesia will depend greatly on the quality of our human capital, our scientific capability, and our ability to transform knowledge into benefit for society. Second page, please. The transformation of higher education begins not in the university, but with the nation's visions, actually. Indonesia aspires to become a united, sovereign, advanced, and sustainable nation by 2045, our centennial of independence. Achieving this vision requires more than abundant natural resources. It requires knowledge, innovation, and exceptional human capital. The next page, please. Oh, sorry. Okay. The experience of many successful nations teach us simple lessons. As countries move towards high income status, growth is driven not by natural resources or low cost production, but by innovation, research, and especially higher educations. Indonesia faces major challenges in food security, health, energy, digital transformations, maritime development, and critical minerals. But these are not just challenges, they are opportunities. We have world-class problems, and therefore we have the opportunity to create world-class solutions. The next, please. Indonesia has one of the largest higher education system in the world, with more than 4,000 institutions, over 33,000 study programs, and 300,000 lecturers, and nearly 10 million students. This is an extraordinary national asset. Its scale gives us the ability to reach diverse communities, develop talent, and generate knowledge across the country. But scale alone is not enough. It must be matched by quality, relevance, and accountability. The real question is now not how many universities we have, but how much impact they create. Are our graduates solving real problems? Is our research shaping technology and public policy? Are our campuses driving regional development and improving people's lives? As Pak Anggun also stated in the introduction before, it's real that we have to solve many problems in higher education ecosystem. We should improve more and more continuously the salary, of course, for the lecturers. In some parts are still very low. The next page, please. This slide illustrates the diversity of Indonesia's study programs, spanning education, engineering, health, agriculture, economics, social sciences, humanities, and many other fields. This diversity is one of our greatest strengths because building the future of Indonesia requires many kinds of expertise. Therefore, the future of higher education not simply about creating more study programs, it's about improving quality, It's about relevance and collaboration so that our graduates are not only knowledgeable, but also capable of applying their knowledge to solve real world problems. The next, please. Quality lies at the heart of higher education transformation. Our accreditation data shows encouraging progress with more institutions and study programs continuously improving their standards. But accreditation is only the beginning. True quality must become part of an institution's higher education quality. Yes, we will share the PowerPoint to all of you, no problem. Quality means excellent teaching, impactful research, strong governance, modern learning facilities, and graduates who are both competent and ethical. Above all, quality must create impacts. The impact is the most important thing from our role in higher education. Expanding access to higher education remains one of our highest priorities. While Indonesia's participation rate continues to improve, we must ensure that every talented young Indonesians, regardless of where they live or their economic background, has the opportunity to pursue quality higher education. Our goal is clear: broader access, higher quality, and greater impact. Higher education must become a pathway for social mobility, empowering young people to improve their lives and contribute to their communities and the nation's future. As Indonesia moves toward a knowledge-based economy, the demand for highly skilled talent will continue to grow. Our challenge is not simply to produce more graduates, but to develop graduates with the capability to solve problems, adapt to change, innovate, and lead. To achieve this, universities must work more closely with industry, government, and society. Curriculum should reflect real-world needs. Experiential learning must be strengthened, and research should contribute to national priorities. The next one, please. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, I will share this PowerPoint, this material to all of you, no problem. After this presentation, I will give the materials to you. This slide highlights an important challenge. Indonesia's proportion of STEM graduates remain lower than many other countries. Strengthening STEM education is therefore essential to support strategic sectors such as artificial intelligence, semiconductors, renewable energy, biotechnology, advanced manufacturing, and critical minerals. But our goal is not simply to produce more STEM graduates, it's to produce better ones, graduates who can combine technical excellence with creativity, ethics, communication, and the ability to solve real-world problems. At the same time, the future is not about STEM versus non-STEM, of course. The world's greatest challenges requires collaboration across discipline. Technology needs humanity, and innovation needs social understanding. So the next one, we can see this is the foundation of our policy directions to build higher education, science, and technology that are inclusive, adaptive, and impactful in support of Golden Indonesia 2045. Inclusive means expanding opportunities for every talented Indonesians. Adaptive means responding to rapid change through continuous innovation in education, research, and governance. Impactful means ensuring that higher education can deliver real benefits to the surround society, economy, and national development. The next one this slide shows the evolution of the universities from a teaching universities to a research universities to an entrepreneurial universities. Each stage is important. But today, I believe we must go one step further. We need transformational universities. Transformational universities is measured not only by the quality of its teaching, its research, and the innovation, but by the impact it creates. Does it improve lives? Does the role of higher education can strengthen the communities? Thus, it can help solve national challenges and contribute to humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude with one simple reflection. Indonesia does not lack potential. We have talented young people, dedicated lecturers and researchers, outstanding universities, abundant national resources, natural resources, and countless opportunities for innovation. Our challenge is to transform that potential into meaningful impact. That is the spirit of Dikti Saintek Berdampak, ensuring that higher education, science, and technology are not only excellent but truly beneficial to our society. Our ambition is not simply to build world-class universities. Our ambition is to build universities that create world-class societal impact in their surround community. The impact we seek does not always begin with something extraordinary. It often begins with a simple ideas, a research project that helps farmers, a technology that improves healthcare, an innovation that empowers small business, or a policy that strengthens public services. So I believe this conference will strengthen our partnership, inspire new ideas, and renew our shared commitment to build higher education that is inclusive, adaptive, and impactful. Once more, thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Brian Yuliarto, for the material. That's very insightful. Unfortunately, you cannot join us today virtually. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to present a traditional Indonesian musical performance, angklung, as a symbol of harmony and collaborations, values that also reflect today's conference spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, here is musical performance by the Angklung and Bambu Music Study Program, Indonesian Institute of Arts and Culture, ISPI, Bandung, a collaborative performance by faculty members and students.
Dirapsukan kabaya ambian cahayana dan dosan sederhana mojang pria.
Seperti mati lampu ya sayang, seperti mati lampu. Cintaku tanpamu ya sayang, bagai malam tiada berlalu. Saatnya cintaku persembahan untukmu hanya kepadamu. Saatnya cintaku yang kutulus untukmu hanya kepadamu. Seluruh cinta yang ku sedalam cinta yang ku rasa, cintaku satu untukmu. Sayang, bagai malam tiada berlalu, seperti mati lampu ya sayang, seperti mati lampu. Aku tak berpamu ya sayang, bagai malam tiada berlalu. Mati lampu rasanya seperti mati lampu. Untukku tanpamu ya sayang, pagi malam tiada berlalu, seperti mati lampu ya sayang, seperti mati lampu. Untukku tanpamu ya sayang, pagi malam tiada berlalu.
Dengan seorang dara yang terlalu banyak meminta, ada menimbang bangsa. Jangan biar aku janganlah sampai engkau, jangan lama-lama diambil orang, lama-lama lama-lama diambil orang.
What a great performance from musical Yeah, musical performance by the Angklung and Bambi Music Program, Indonesian Institute of Arts and Culture Bandung, or ISPI Bandung. Would you please give your big round of applause one more time for the performance? Angklung performance reminds us that harmony is not just about a musical concept, but it also an academic necessity in global collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my time to welcome our second keynote speaker. He comes from Malaysia. And let me welcome Professor Dr. Tariq Zaman from the University of Technology, Sarawak. Professor Tariq Zaman is a distinguished academic, researcher, and development practitioner who currently serves as a professor and head of the Advanced Center of the Advanced Center of Sustainable Social Economic and Technological Development at the University of Technology, Sarawak, Malaysia. Prof. Tariq, let's wait for them to fix the stage for you.
PPT sudah. PPT.
Waiting for the PPT.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, no worries. Yeah. Okay, so Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. This is my fourth time in Jakarta. And it's always very lovely when I come over here. Especially there's one time when I moved to Germany for a little while, and my friend was telling me that if you move to Germany, you will miss the smiles of Southeast Asia. In Southeast Asia, everyone smiles in the morning. That's the best thing that you have. So I have been given around like 45 minutes to talk and another 30 to 45 minutes to question and answer. So you need to bear with me. I think it's from the management and the organizers. So let me start talking about, so from today's morning when the minister was talking, I have taken some notes. So I just want to refer to that. So some of the words lecturers who plan their course material and educational program, we always look for in the policies. If you get those words in the policy, you can easily connect to them. So with my talk today, some of the words that which I saw very relevant is the transformation of society through knowledge. So it's very interesting for me that in Indonesian policy or in the minister, the respected minister talk, the society words were very visible. Usually we see the industry word very visible, but that's for me a very good surprise that the picturization or the vision is beyond industry. It is the overall society, which is the goal somehow. The second one is the experiential learning. It was in the talk mentioned that we should more focus on experiential learning for the students. And the third one is the categorization of transformational university. So the transformational university, the impact is more seen in the communities, in the society, instead of just in the industry. So these are some of the words which will come again in my talk also. But from there, I want to make this relevance. The title, the pluriversal knowledge praxis. So the praxis is from practice, which is the title of the conference, somewhere in the conference also. And pluriversal is the way of universal or university. In university, we are thinking the knowledge is in the university. But then in my research, in my endeavors, in my practice, I look for the knowledge in the university later, first outside the university. So those things you will see somewhere there. And of course, the collaboration component. So the next slide, please. The next slide, yeah. I need to learn the Bahasa Indonesia word for next slide. Lanjut. Lanjut. Okay, I will call lanjut. So, okay, so I'm from Pakistan and I worked in development sector for some time. In 2009, I moved to Malaysia, luckily. So Malaysia and Sarawak, the Borneo Island is my Mecca. But then from there, I start working around the world. I have very close collaboration. My mentor, she's a German professor, and she worked in Namibia down there. So I closely work with Namibia because of her. We collaborate for the last 17 years. Then for a little while, for some time, 2 years, I spent in Germany teaching computer science in the university. I closely work with Cambridge University, with Cornell University in the US, very recently with the University of Alberta. So my research journey and teaching journey is moving around the world at different places. But that's my journey. That's not me. I'm not sure whether it's me or not. That's my journey. That's my working. In 2019, I back to Sarawak and start working back, but with the fresh mindset. Next. Lanjut. Lanjut. Sorry. One thing is very important in my work, that my work is very much attached to the context, to the place. I'm a computer scientist, but I'm not a lab computer scientist. I don't work in the labs, in the laboratory. I work outside the community. And when I see at this place, we are very rich. Indonesia, Malaysia are very rich. These are some of the figures that, for example, we are having 1% of the rainforest, but it has 10% of the biodiversity. So That's the richness. And I think today His Excellency Minister was also mentioning about it, that if we have resources, we need to look at the knowledge that how we can take benefit of these resources. This thing will come back. This is our richness. This is what we have. That's important for us. Anjut? Okay. I lead the one research center at UTS, which is called ASSET. Introduce for a little while what in we do. Next, Anjut. So we have two pillars. One side is the research. The other one is the classroom. Our research and classroom are very much connected to the communities with whom we are working. And we don't, like my research center, don't do two things differently. What we teach is also our research. What we research is also our teaching. Because we have only 8 hours to work in the universities. I don't want that I bring my family time to the university also. So that's why the synchronization between my research and my teaching need to be there. Otherwise, I will do 2 jobs, not 1 job. And because of the technology, it's quite easy that the jobs intervene in your family life and your personal life, but it's not productive. So one side is the community, other side is the classroom. In the classroom, we also work very closely with other faculty members. So we don't only work computer scientists in silo. We work with the economy and business people, with psychologists, with all those people. In communities, we work with schools, we work with local entrepreneurs, we work with all those people. Anjut? So some of our main, and I think I was also looking at the Astachita, the 8th one yesterday, thanks to Mr. Adi and also to Eka. So we work on these 3 pillars. Culture and technology is one component. In living in Southeast Asia, we are very rich in culture. Just see this today's morning musical performance. It was so amazing. So culture is one thing, and the diversity is another component that we are very rich. So we are using that as actually our selling proposition to other people, because that we have. I need not to create that one. It's outside my university everywhere. So that's one, the culture and technology. Digital inclusion is another one. We have a lot of rural communities, and they are sometimes not part of the digital technologies or digital innovations. So to get them in. And ICT for development, using ICT for development agendas. In terms of cross-cutting theme, we use service learning, you use project-based learning. I will talk more about service learning later on as a pedagogical approach. Co-designing, partnership and collaboration, so we do those type of work. Anjut? Now, my theoretical framing. As a researcher, we need to attach ourselves to the bigger themes. So it is not like, so I can connect easily with you. It is not only from my place. So my first theoretical framing is, Anjut? Yeah. Okay. This is one thing which amazed me always. This is from our Holy Quran. When there was a time when Moses ﷺ was thinking that he has the best knowledge in the world. And he asked the God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that do I have the best knowledge, or is there anyone else who has better knowledge than me? He was thinking he's the prophet, so he must have the best one. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said that there is someone who has better knowledge than you. And Moses alayhi salam said that, who is that? And Allah said, there is someone who you can find if you go upstream where the two rivers meet, there will be someone who you can meet. And that's the person who has best knowledge. And when Moses alayhi salam started going upriver, at one junction, he met with Khidr alayhi salam. So when he met with Khidr alayhi salam, he asked him that I want to walk with you. But Khidr alayhi salam said that you are impatient, so you will not able to follow me. But he promised, the Prophet of Allah promised that I will follow as you says. The very much important part from this story which I learned are two things. The junction where the two rivers meet, and the second one is to have the knowledge, you need to have patience. You need to slow down yourself. You need to think about it. Please read later on also. The community with whom I work, Lanjut. Move. Okay. The community in Borneo, in Sarawak, with whom I work, they are Penan community. In the Penan community, meaning where the two rivers meet, the small river meet with the big river. This is one of the headmen. In 2012, I was meeting him, and he said that you need to bear with us if you want to work with us because we are slow learners. Today, if I look at it, the slowness is very important in our life. The passion, the sabr is very important. Otherwise, we will be so fast. And being fast is not that we are also learning. So that's another my theoretical framing that I look in my teaching and learning how to make my students slow, not fast. So they can have more thinking process, not just jumping from one stage to another. Lanjut? Okay. He's Martin Nakata. When I was studying my PhD, I was reading his material and I dropped him an email. And I said that, Prof, I want to start my PhD and I don't know from where I should start. And he said that if you want to look from our perspective, because I was working with indigenous people, he said, we are very close to our land. If you want to understand me, you need to look through me, through the land, to the space. So please keep in mind, slowness, sabr, connection to the land. Okay, next one. Lanjut. At least I learned one word. Okay. He is the poet from my tribe. Okay. And he's a very famous poet. So if you look at him, he's talking about it that I found the divine in the flower, which you will not find in the book. So the connection to the nature, to the flower, to the space, to the environment, to the land. How he's thinking about if you want to find something, you need to go along that way. Anjut? Now, I'm sure that many of you know about Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi was a great leader of Indian Oceans, and he has a great influence on the world. He was promoting charkha. Charkha is the machine through which you can make your own clothes. So by charkha, he was actually working against the Britishers. So he was telling the people that you should make your own cloth. By that, you will have more freedom. from the influence of the colonization. By that way, you fight with them. But then the other guy, which you can see him, Lanjut, he's Amartya Sen. Amartya Sen is the Cambridge professor. He's a Trinity College chair, and he's a Nobel laureate. He said in his article on the augmentative Indians that actually spinning charkha is not going to give you the true learning, the future. The future for you is continuous in education, and in education, reflection, dialogue, and communication. With current challenges for our student, current education system becoming like spinning charkha. They come, they do everything every day, same thing. But then, do they think about what they are doing it, how they are doing it? Why? So that is the process. What he's saying is that it's very much important to keep in mind. So these are my theoretical framings. Keep in mind again, slowness and sabr, okay? Connection to the land and environment. And third one is the reflection, continuous reflection. Lanjut? Okay. Education, we are preparing our youth for future. That's for sure. We are not preparing them for past. They are our future. We always say they are our future. But future, which one? Lanjut? Countries. Some countries are looking the possibility of the past. Some countries has a very strong past history and they rely on that. So they prepare their student or their future, they make their future based on their past experiences. The second one, some countries are looking at present. What I'm thinking of that in Southeast Asia, we have these two things very much. We have forests, we have minerals, we have a lot of raw materials, we have culture, we have history. These are the things which we have. So from my understanding is if we want to train our youth, we need to think about those things first. Next one, Sanjut. The last one, if you see, it's the futuristic. Unfortunately, our challenges are access to technology. If you have seen very recently, the US government has asked the AI companies that some of the modules are not open to the non-US citizens. So that is another. If you want to buy some of the AI devices, it's not available in Southeast Asia. Even you cannot even export it from the US outside. So many of those futuristic, we are not actually will be able to take benefit of. What we can really take benefit of, where we are currently and what we have, and tap on that to build our future. I think that's part that we need to go. Lanjut? Okay. So I have my own theory for that. I call it the positionality and situatedness. If I want to do teaching and research, the first thing I need to look at it, Lanjut. Okay, the positionality is I need to do more and more reflection within myself. Who am I and what I'm doing this thing? How it relates to me. If I'm teaching something, if I'm doing some research project, how it relates to me, why I'm the best person to do that. The second one is V-positionality or situatedness. In V-positionality, my research is actually engaged with the community, with the users, with the human on the other side. And the last one is contextualizing or us positionality, where I connect my research to the wider picture, how it can benefit, how it can support the Indonesian dream of 2045. how it can links to that. So for my understanding is that this part need to be again and again done by us as the researchers to make more meaningful impact. Okay, so these are somehow my theoretical framing, Lanjut. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to more specific example. Lanjut. Yeah. Yeah, I can. Oh, back, because I can see it here. Okay, community-based service learning. So this is the program we started in 2016 with the help of Cornell University. Service learning is a pedagogical approach. It is a structured, systematic approach where what you do, you design your course based on the community need, not just the industry need. But if I'm teaching, for example, ethics and professionalism, just give you an example in computing. So I'm teaching ethics and professionalism. So I design my course to teach my student that how misinformation and disinformation in society actually are prevailing. Communicated, how it has an impact, the misinformation and disinformation, and why it is happening. So they design training course, teaching course for the school children, for the elder age group, to teach them that what is misinformation and what is disinformation and how you can keep yourself protected. So, but there is a whole structure of community-based learning. That's our book, actually, the Toolkit of Service Learning, where we have the design tools and methods to teach the lecturers that how they can develop their own programs based on community-based service learning. Lanjut? So in this case, what we do is that we have usually three main components. We train our lecturers first, and the training include how to engage with community. The problem is that sometimes the lecturers are not ready to go out and work in the villages. So we train them. There are specific. The second one is that we think that the university is not in those walls. University role is outside the walls also. It's in the villages also. And the third one is that we open our doors to community members to come to the university and deliver lectures. So in my lectures, computer science lecture, last 3 weeks ago, I have two formers to come and talk to my computer science students about how they sell their form productions. And they are common people. So we open our doors. So that's where I was mentioning about different type of knowledge. One is the knowledge that we have, the other which is outside. So how we can bring them back. Lanjut? 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 Yeah, okay. So this is like the framework that we do. The orange part is happening in the classroom to get them student ready so they can go to the community. The blue part is happening inside the villages. And the yellow part is happening back when they come back from the plan. And it is the whole cycle. Lanjut? So in service learning, we combine classroom experience with real life experience. We combine the community and university as a collective. There is a mutual learning on both sides. Community is learning from us. We are learning from community. And we do the joint assessment. So some of the community members even give marks to our students in their final assessments. Anjut? Okay, now I'm going to very specific examples, the projects that we do. Anjut? Okay. This is one example to the community with whom I'm working. Some of the community is quite near, some are far. So to this community where I work, I take a 1 hour normal flight. Then I take 1.5 hour twin otter. Then I take 1 to 2 time, Lanjut. Sometime you can even stuck. Yes, I'm sure you have seen it. That's not a new thing, Lanjut. Yeah, but then of course that you reach happily to the place. In this group, I have friends from Sweden, from Canada, and every place. Lanjut. Okay, so and then you reach to this beautiful village in the middle of the forest. Those images are not new for you. I'm sure you have seen, right, Lanjut? Okay, the first project that we did, and I'm proud of it. It still continue for the last 14 years, 14 years, is the Oro sign language. We were going to the village and we saw that they showed us that when we travel in the forest, we make signs to communicate with each other. Okay, and these are like some of the signs. Okay, actually this is a whole sentence. So let me explain this sentence, what it says. It says that I'm going in that specific direction. I have only water to survive. I will spend 2 days on that direction. I'm your friend. I will be having store near the river, and you can come and follow me. I have documented 70 of those signs, Anjut. And then my students, okay, let me show you. This project has been featured by BBC in 2020. So this is one of the video. Let's watch it. Beautiful video. Can you play it, please? There will be a buttons there. Yeah, okay. Sounds?
For those confined to the depleted forest floor, survival requires innovative solutions. Here, mysterious signs line pathways through the jungle. Left by indigenous hunters that have inhabited this island's jungles for over 4,000 years. Eat at and knowledge of the forest to find food.
Kalau putu, dia no ban irah jam lah kau betul tu memang ia lah kau ngandek pun ha.
It was a real hunt. It was not just
Oh, tôi là kapon. Mắc cười.
A common fairy bluebird. It's a meager kill, not enough to feed them, let alone their families. But the Panan have an ingenious way of reaching out to others. Along the path, they plant sticks, have an ingenious
this project, we documented the science, and it was a tedious job actually, because I need to go and hunt for it. It took me a lot of time, because sometimes they will say, okay, we finished. We don't know anymore. But then there is someone in the next village, maybe he knows more than that. Let's go and find him. So it was, we designed different IT tools from that. We designed computing games so the people can learn it. We design SMS system. We design like a WhatsApp system that you can communicate through those signs. Initially, when we start, community was saying, will people like it, Lanjut? So I will not show this video, Lanjut. Lanjut, go next. Yeah. We did the IoT system with that, so we can take it out the whole screen from the exercise and we can feel the things like the material. Anjut? This project won many international awards. Let I mention BBC documented it. We got many grants for having this. We have now our own book written on those signs language. And this is one of the unique thing in the world which is here. So that's give community another sense of proudness of their past. What happened that I have now 2 master students from the same village did their master based on this project. Anjut? Okay, that's one project. This is another one. So the traditional game, how they teach their children about forest and doing hunting in the forest. So there is a traditional game about it. We have the story of the game in 2013, and in 2022, I have been approached by Bram Kruger. He's a student from VU, Netherlands. He just dropped me a message that I am in Borneo and I want to see you and I want to work with you on some project because you are doing all these projects with the communities. And can we have a Zoom call? And for me, at 2022, this was the COVID time. Every day there were 3 or 4 Zoom calls. I said, it's too much for me, the Zoom calls. If you are in the city, you can give me a call and we can meet. And that guy traveled 5 hours to come to the city and gave me a call. I'm now in the city, can we meet? And I said, yeah, okay, let's meet up. He's an AI guy, artificial intelligence guy. And we start working on this project. The story behind, to the best of our knowledge, that's the only one person, if you can see in this picture, he knew the story. No other living person knew that story about that game, behind the story behind the game. We documented it. We created a VR game based on that story with the community. We have publication on that, and that project was also very interesting to work back with the community. Next, Lanjut. Yeah, I will not go into show this video because I have some other 1 or 2 videos for you. Lanjut, next one. So this is the second example of working with community. Okay, this one I wanted to show you. We had at the campus a smart home designed by engineers. You go to the home, power up by solar, sensors all around, a lot of things. And he challenged us that, can you give us some more ideas? Human computers, my student, that they need to engage children to design a smart home. We brought children there. Can you play the video? Play the video. important thing in this case was that the children imagination was so good, actually. I give you a few examples. They said that this smart home is okay for my parents, but not good for me. Why? Because there is nothing for my cat in the smart home. So actually, there was nothing developed for the cats in the smart home because it was developed by adults, engineers. Engineers only think about themselves. They didn't think really about others. So the children said there should be a system where the cats can also use the smartness of the house. So we designed a feeder for cats. Then when the cat comes near to the place, and the feeder can give the food to the automatic food to that. Yeah. The second one is that one of the girls said that why we want to show all the screens are in the smart home, like we want to show the temperature on the screen, right? They said we can take out the screen and the wall should be the screen. Why there should be another screen there? So those imagination actually push my student to come up with different ideas. That okay, that need not to be the traditional way of doing the things. Lanjut? Okay. Next, yeah. This is another project we did. I will go now a little fast on those ones, so we catch up with the time. This is another project we did for the government. The government wanted to have map of the cultural heritage site in the state. So we developed this whole system. My student developed the whole system for the government, and it is currently used by the government. It is called CHAMPS. And you? A very recent project with British Council, we are doing it. We are recording the forest sounds with other sensors to better understand the climate change. And this is one of the 5 projects which is now sponsored by British Council Malaysia. Lanjut, you need to Lanjut few times. Lanjut. Yeah, so this is the whole that how we will record, where we will put the recorders and everything. Lanjut. 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 Yeah. Okay. How forests think. We have artists going to the community, work with the children to better understand that how the tree thinks, how the animals think, those ones. Lanjut. Lanjut. Okay, now, okay, this was that, yeah. This was that I was showing you about the farmers coming to my classroom to talk to my students. So I give you a few examples from this case, very specifically. My students are learning entrepreneurship. Their business models are very much Western. What they say is that if I develop this product, I will sell it on students, for example. They didn't think about it that the student may not be at that economical level. So my students should learn more about the local business models. So this was one of the case that I send my student to the supermarket or to the village market, sit there, learn how the local vendors sell their material and how the sounds are part of it. So then we invited the 2 local supermarket people to come over to the classroom and to teach my student how they sell it, what are their business strategy, and how it works. And based on that, my student come up with their whatever product they're developing, so how they can sell their product. Anjut? This is from Canada. We are working with the Piikani community in Canada, and the students from that university are recording, making videos about their traditional life and their traditional ceremonies. Anjut? Okay, so yeah, I will pass this one, Anjut. So I will go next actually to this one component. If you remember, initially I mentioned about that we also the dissemination or communication. we do the conferences in the village. So we bring our academics and the researchers to the village. So when they are in the village, they present their finding in the village. So this was one, this is we doing for the last like many years, around, I think around 18 years, Lanjut. And I'm going to show you one video of this one because this is interesting. Yeah, can you play that? People from Canada, New Zealand, Africa, they came all the way, and we went to the village and spent 2 days in the village. We live there with the village people. We present our findings, our research. We learn from them. By that we next
Suggesting that we should make a session more
Es un espacio que nos permite conocer.
Pohon itu dikatakan di muara dulu.
Nosotros como jóvenes de la nacionalidad.
Okay, so what I'm doing it now after this, the example that I'm showing you, the first thing is that how it benefit my university, how it benefit my community. And so you can picturize it much better. So from 2019 to 2026, for each, I'm one of the lecturer who is not only bringing the community. Because of that. Second one, the conference that you have seen it, this one, we brought in 2024, 200 international participants to the city for the conference, only international 200. Around 100 to 200 was the local. So 400 people conference happened in the city. Our conference was in the village, some activity in the town hall, in the village market, in the university. So our conference was everywhere in the city. University got partnerships, around more than 10 MOUs signed during this time because people want to come over and work in those communities. What I'm going to do, I'm going to have a stopover first to get few questions from you guys. If you have few questions, and then I will have the last 10 minutes to conclude by showing this video and the last comments. But if you have any question, you want to moderate?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's a bit about the presentation from Professor Tariq. Now I'm going to open the question and answer sessions. 2 sessions. The first session will be given to the 3 questioners. Yeah, Ibu.
Well, thank you. Okay, good morning. Assalamualaikum, Prof. Tariq. Yeah, my name Andi from Polytechnic Negeri Ujung Pandang, South Sulawesi. Yeah, 2 hours flight from here. And it's really interesting to talk about community-based learning that you have explained, share with us. And yeah, as a teacher in Polytechnic, we always write about vision and mission that we have to provide industry with a skilled worker. That's why in developing our curriculums, we invite them to come and then give us what they need. And then we always that our alumni, yeah, will work. Yeah, we can provide them with a high or skillful worker. And my question is, yeah, how do we balance industry demands with the actual need of community? And as researcher, how can we Polytechnic do like applied research output with directly utilized for community empowerment? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, it's a very relevant and interesting question. So what we found it with my experience with the industry, that our local industries are usually using products designed somewhere else. So those products which are designed somewhere else, sometimes it fit in the communities, but sometimes it doesn't really fit in the community. So for example, the frugal design component, the material. So that's why the local innovation support those parts also. There is very nice to inform industry really about what the community would like to have it, or how the community would like to have it, what are the strengths of the community, not just only the needs of the community. And I think there is our role very much important currently, not to just import the design or import the products, but also continuously inform the industry that what could be better or how your product could be better in this specific case. I give you a very simple example. I'm not sure how relevant it is. Do we know anyone, especially the network people here from computer sciences? What is the current 4G internet penetration in Indonesia? Yeah, means, sorry, it's a very, if I answer quickly, what ITU, International Telecommunication Union says, it says that in Asia Pacific, the 4G internet penetration is 86 to 90%. But then, do you really think it is 86 to 90% 4G internet? If you go a little out from Jakarta, do you have internet access? No. So it means something is wrong with the figures, right? I am very critical on those figures. So I was teaching networking course, and it's a very boring subject for me. Someone has given me at very early stage, but I wanted to learn more about it. I started learning about it, and I found it that there is a gap between those figures. When I dig it more, that how ITU get those figures, Actually, ITU get those figures from GSMA. GSMA is the Telecom Industry Representative Organization. But how GSMA get those figures? They get that figure from the telecommunication companies. And how the telecommunication companies get those figures? When they put a tower and they see the tower is enough for 10 kilometer, they will say 10 kilometer have 4G access. The gap is there. So we design our own tool for speed test. It's available. Every one of you can try it. That is called myspeed.site. We also deploy it in Jakarta. Okay. And we start challenging the figures of telecommunication companies. I have been recently, like a week ago, invited by Malaysian network operating groups, the telecommunication, to present them that what my tool is doing it. And now my tool is not the very optimal. Industry has one figure, I have another figure. And asking government now to check it, why there is so much difference. So I'm creating an alternate for the government to better understand. So yes, with industry, I think it's good, but also our responsibility is towards the community, because our salary is coming from the public exchequer, from the tax of our salary is not from industry. So we need to first protect our community, get them in better, get for them the best option. So that may benefit well. So that's why I'm thinking more responsibility towards community than to industry. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Anyone who wants to ask Professor Tariq questions, please. Just raise your hand. Anyone, please? Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Mr. Tariq. I want to ask something about your research, because I'm just confused with my service community. I'm from Politeknik Negeri Tanah Laut. My name is Eka Wahyu Soleha. I want to ask your research in PR in POPs communities, and during your research with rural communities, were there any challenges or resistance? What was your effective approach to influence them? Because we know that they have not been optimally touched the technology. We have tried to do that, but there is rejection from the communities. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so the reluctance towards the community and how we engage them. So if you see it in my work, that I work with like in Malaysia with that one specific community for a long time. And that's how where you work with one community. I started with 5 communities, different communities. And then I was moving around. Then I was thinking I can only work with 1 or 2, not a lot, not many. So I need to work with one and go in depth of that, because we are researcher. We are not public servants to provide services. We need to do research. We need to create example and give the government an example that you can do by this way the things. And then we move. So usually the problem happens when we go to the communities, that the teacher trainings. If the community think about you, that you're bringing your knowledge to them, sometimes they're reluctant, because they think this is not what they want. You are talking with them about network, not about their pet or about their field. For them, their pet, their field, their children are more important. So our engagement start with those things, not start with technology. We keep technology out. We start working with them. How's life? What happens? What would you like to do? Where is the village going? What will be your interest? When they show their interest, then we see where the technology role can come into their interest. So that's the part of being more human in the village. And then bring your knowledge down. Expectation is another very important thing. When we go to the communities sometimes not look at me individual, they look at the whole politic of Tanah Laut. And they think, oh, you will be bringing so many things to them. We need to control those expectations, open discussions that no, I can only play a little role if you want me to. And this engagement, continuous engagement, we call it onion model. You have seen onion has so many layers, onion. So the more time spent, your trust, your relationship will grow. So need not to be fast in those processes, to be slow, sober, going more human, and start talking with their interest, not with what is your interest. And from there, actually, you build the trust. It is just like talking to your own parents or to your own friends. They would like to listen something which they like to, right? So to be more in that space, that's how you build your trust and your relationship. But those need to be very systematic training for the lecturers. You need to teach them that how to go humble in your space, how to have this interpersonal communication. Those all is in our training module, actually, where we train our lecturers on that, and also the students. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Professor Tariq. Yeah, you present the wonderful presentation. I have two questions. The first one, not closely relate your presentation, but I want to know. The first thing is, you know that there are so many scholars right now. Time be published as much as possible. The article in Scopus, for example, gitu. But in the other hand, you mentioned about as the scholars, we have to be patient. Also, kind of the slow living, a kind of a good research for our reputation. There are so many Nobel Prize winner that just maybe publish maybe some articles, not much, but they can get the Nobel Prize. How to combine, how to manage about in one time we have our government push us to publish as much as possible the articles, but at the same time you have a kind of a good research that takes maybe a long time. For example, in history, I know the scholars from the Netherlands that spend maybe around 30 years to make only a book. Yeah, how to respond about this situation? The second one is about you are the foreigners. I mean, you are the international lecturer in Malaysia. Based on your perspective, how do you see the Malaysian government attract the foreigners coming to Malaysia as a lecturer and also the international student? What kind of advantage and also maybe the benefit or maybe the regulation that made by the Malaysian government to attract the foreign scholars to come to Malaysia?
Thank you very much. I think this is also very much important to have that perspective there. About publications. So if we look at publication is the last component, somewhere the last component of your research. It starts from a great idea, a relationship with what you wanted to do. Then, of course, generate resources. Then, of course, getting more team members there. And then conducting the activities and doing all those things. If you think about the outcome first, but you are not ready in the initial stages, you are going to get pressure there. What I am suggesting here, that if your polytech is in a place, understand your surrounding first. Get a better relationship and connection to your communities first. That will bring you grants, research grants, because you will know better your communities. Once you have the research grant, that will bring you more collaboration with other team members, and you will be continuously, means doing research, and the publication can come out at the end. I'm not saying that it shouldn't be, I'm just suggesting a strategy towards that. The strategy towards publication is not coming as the first step. It should be somewhere in the whole picture, in the whole structure. If you ask me how I publish, I currently publish one paper a year, which really I work on and I design it. And my whole publication portfolio is 10 to 12 paper a year with co-authors. Those other paper are with my students, with my collaborators, and with all the others. But I publish one a paper a year, which is mine. I was publishing now as a strategy. My one paper published in Communication of the ACM. In Communication of the ACM is the top journal in computer scientist. I read around 2 years for that, to frame myself and to get in there. The first publication I submitted in 2021, it published in 2023. It took 2 years to publish, but I'm proud of that because I have like 4 years of process on that, and that the things came out. And how long it is? It is 3 pages only. It's 3 pages only. But what I mean is that, yes, it needs a strategy and capacity of the staff to build. Another aspect is the challenge which I mentioned earlier, teaching and research connected to it. If it is not connected, the problem is you're going to get more pressure. The things is coming back to you. There are ways to do that. We normally do those type of things, how to connect them. And that could be explored more actually, that how you can connect them, and then you can have a better strategy for publication as a long term. And the individual capacity need to build for that actually. Yeah. Now the second part is the Malaysian government, international staff, and the local international students. If you see the QS ranking, you need to have international staff ratio. I think it's around 10% or something. But why it's important? Now each government is facing 2 challenges. On one side, they're saying you need to have employment for locals, but they also wanted to go to QS ranking. But if you go to QS ranking, so for us as a foreigner in Malaysia, we are contributing almost double to triple than a local. Because we know my contract renew every 2 years. So I need to be more efficient than anyone else and more competitive. So there is that the government wanted to have internationals there. Some university who want to go for QS ranking, they have a clear criteria that these positions are only for international. So local cannot go on those positions. But then they also expect more than the locals from those positions. And then for the students, the first thing is, if you want to bring international student there, from my understanding, the best way is that you need to create examples. So if you get the first, some of the Malaysian universities, for example, UTP, University Technology Petronas, what they did is that they bring the international student from all over the world, lecturers in the other university from other countries. They bring it to Malaysia as a PhD students, and they give them scholarships, but they also ask them to help in teaching or lab demonstration in those ones. But then they put a lot of effort on those students to build their capacity and show them as an example. Now the students are coming by themselves. They need not to promote anymore because already they have created a good pool of students. Yeah. So that's from my understanding. Yeah. Can we go to the last round? Do we have
No,
final
we still
questions?
have a lot of
Oh,
questions.
okay. Okay, we have
It
questions.
comes from Zoom room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah.
Assalamualaikum. Okay.
Yes, please.
My question is okay. Thank you very much, Professor, for your insightful presentation. So I've been working with gifted children and gifted students, which are some are in higher education at a very young age. I was wondering how your approach applies to gifted or highly able learners who often learn, they are so fast, much more rapidly, and may become disengaged or bored if the pace is a bit slow. How can educators balance the benefits of a calm, reflective learning environment while still meeting the needs of these types of students who require a faster pace and greater academic challenge?
Okay, if I understand very well, you are mentioning about different type of students in the classroom, and if I better understand it, you're not talking about the special children or special students.
Yes, it's
Yeah,
not the
okay.
special children, but the advanced ones, which
Yes.
are already in university at young age.
Yeah. Okay. So like I'm teaching currently, my student numbers are 105 in my classroom. So it's a huge number if you look at it for a single lecturer. And there will be always different type of students actually. What strategy usually I use is a group work, and then the peer review inside the group, and then also like the conversion of the project in different skill sets. So for example, if they're developing something, there may be need of a graphic designer, and some students are good in graphic designing, then other is good in another tool, another is good in another in communication. So by that way that they match with each other, and can contribute collectively, there will be still number of students who couldn't catch up. Means there will be. You can't really work on that everyone can catch up in the same pace. But then, for my understanding is that there are strategy to to actually get them in and involved with each other. If you ask me very specifically the strategy, I can talk about it more and more. What I will be suggesting, maybe you can just drop me an email and I can respond to you very specifically what I have used in my classroom to fix that part. Maybe that could help you much better, and it could be a very specific answer to you with examples. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. This is from Zoom room also, from Ilya Abdul Aziz. Oh, that one. Okay, that one already. Okay. 7 more minutes. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any more question? Yeah. Okay.
I will need the last 5 minutes to finish my presentation, right? Yeah. Yeah. So 2 more minutes for questions. But I'm here. You can ask.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Prof. Tariq. Very good presentation. And I want to ask you, maybe I want to inform you that in Indonesia now we do the national census. It's a program from our government. And I heard in news, some of our citizens can understand what important about national census, but some of them refuse and maybe didn't give our officer right data for the census. maybe after I see your presentation, the methodology is very different compared to yours suggestion about how to understand people, how to approach more humanly, maybe like that. But I can take that example to us in university in higher education, how we teach or order our student to do this methodology, human methodology, to maybe arrange the strategy for them to reach the people more humanly, because we need more formal instruction to our student to help them understand. Maybe that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, very quick one answer to you. I had very recently a student from UCLA, University of California, Los Angeles. And if you know, UCLA has the last Nobel. They have, I think, 4 or 5 Nobel in 1 year. It was a huge. So this is one of the top university, and the student was here with me, going with me to the village. The students were trained, especially in other countries, in Western country, in dialogical approach. I need to ask a question to learn something. But then in those community, you need not to ask everything. You need to observe. You need to create your own meaning. You need to be part of the activity to learn something. Not always ask question. And I was teaching the student to hold your question, and it was not easy for him. It was from his face. When he came back to the campus in his presentation, he mentioned that was a big challenge for him to hold his question and learn by observation. If you bring your student down to the villages, that will be one component that you need to teach them along the way. That how you learn from your parents, how you learn in the village, how you can learn. So those methods need to be, and that's why we have the toolkit for that also. I can share with you and I can help you on that. Can I finish my presentation? Okay, so very quick one. I want to show you the last video, which is the student reflection after going to the village experience. So they need to create a video to tell us. This is the Cornell student video. So let's watch this one, and I have quick 3 takeaways from the whole session. Let's watch this one.
We came to Long Lamai to learn. Some of us came to learn about development.
Some of us came to learn about the environment.
Some of us came to learn about indigenous people.
But all of us came ready to grow from the experience.
The idea of the Global Citizenship and Sustainability Program started with Amy Sonchan-Mavong and Shorna Allred. The program was meant to help students understand climate change in a global context.
We started with a partnership between Cornell University and University of Malaysia Sarawak. First between researchers, then between students. We connected Cornellians, Sarawakians, and the Penang around a hope for progress.
I came to this program because I wanted to experience a different way of doing research, one that had more direct benefits.
My personal experiences with environmental and cultural sustainability issues motivated me to make a global impact and help build a better working world.
I came to understand the ways in which indigenous knowledge informs sustainable development.
This seemed like a place where technology was being used to help people instead of hurt them.
I came to find a piece of myself that I didn't know existed before.
I came to experience a culture, tradition, knowledge, and lifestyle that was completely unknown to me.
I came to the program to connect with all kinds of people, hoping to make our world a better place to live and thrive.
I want to give back to my community.
Over the past several weeks, we have gotten to practice the Penang dance and the Oro language, trek through the jungle, and work alongside our host in the rice paddies. We have the utmost respect for the culture and lifestyle that is unique to Long Lamai.
The Penan people have been working hard to thrive in Long Lamai. They face challenges with infrastructure, deforestation, and technological development. But they show incredible resilience as a community that will carry them into the future.
Together, we have same meal, music, and love for the natural world around us. We connected on our interests and our love of learning. We member of Cornell and Unimas communities were welcome into your houses and daily life.
At the same time, Long Lamai showed us what they hope to accomplish in the future. After a powerful meeting with Long Lamai's elders, we spent our days researching 4 topics with the community.
We learned that technology is going to be an important resource for the growth of Long Lamai. With internet and cell service, the Penan can have the agency to pursue their own vision of development and exchange knowledge with the rest of the world.
This team sought to improve upon the microhydro dam and explore other ways for the community to generate its own electricity and gain independence through renewable energy sources.
With community input, we worked to map out accessibility to clean drinking water in Long Lamai. Long Lamai is ready to develop its water system.
Long Lamai had the idea to develop tourism in 2007 as a way to generate income and provide jobs for the community. This group looked for ways to enhance tourism infrastructure while preserving their culture.
We hope that the documentation about these issues can be used by the community of Long Lamai and future partners for indigenized sustainable development. We are so grateful to be a part of Long Lamai's story. Our journey with this community is just starting, and we can't wait to see how this partnership can benefit all of us.
Our journey with the Penan has taught us that Long Lamai means different things to different people. Together, our perspectives and shared understanding can pave a way forward.
To me, Long Lamai means convivencia.
Adaptation.
Living in harmony.
Observant.
River.
Opportunity.
Community.
Lomba. Harmony.
Peaceful.
Semula jadi.
Firman Tuhan.
Keamanan. Ketenangan.
Istimewa.
Forest.
Forest.
Senang hati.
Family.
Harmony. Sebab ramai orang. Survival. Uban ngelayang murung.
Uban kelunan pina tuai.
People.
Forest.
James.
Relationships.
Pengepemung. Hidup aman.
For me, Long Lamai is home.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now my last 3 takeaways. Next. Okay. What I will be really suggesting, these are the 3 takeaways which I would like to suggest. Next. The first one is, this is Uraike. Uraike is from a Namibian leader. So he said that feet bring knowledge. You need to touch the ground, go out. If you are not going out, the problem is that you will be in silo in the same space. So that's, for me, is the picture that you can see. He is our vice chancellor in 2010, when he was going to the villages and also motivating us to go to the villages and learn and engage. Next one. This is one of our poet, and he says it that from this world, only those people could take benefit who really know about themselves and about their place. So I think this is very important for us that we go out. We should know about ourselves and the place. And the last one, next. The challenge is that if you are not thinker, if you are not the people of knowledge, whatever you have, it's of no use actually. Someone else will take benefit of it. So if we want to take benefit of our own resources, we need to create knowledge based on that and take benefit of knowledge. So thank you very much. Yeah.
Professor Tariq, that was brilliant. Thank you for your fantastic presentations that challenge us to think bigger and act bolder. Your patience And I know many of us are leaving this room with new ideas. And thank you again for sharing your wisdom with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to announce some rewards that the committees have provided for researchers and practitioners that have involved in our international conference of on policy innovations and practice in higher education 2026. And here is the first announcement that we are going to make. We have 15 best abstracts out of 130 abstracts submitted through our website on conference.adaxi.org. All right, let me start with the first 5 abstracts that got bronze medals. There is no ooh or excitement in this room. All right, everyone. So the first title, winning the bronze medal, is developing a divine values-based waste management educational video for Pancasila education in higher education, written by Ibu Nindya Adiasti. Give big round of applause for Ibu Nindya. Maybe you can stand up, Ibu Nindya. All right, here she is. Ibu Nindya won the bronze medal. The second title is the feasibility of the spiritual guidance and counseling model in developing students' psychological flexibility, written by Ibu Devi Ratnasari. Is Ibu Devi here? Okay, probably she's on Zoom. Congratulations to Ibu Devi. The third title is Preferences of MSME Business Actors regarding the use of FOPNLs on food products in Maris Regency, a preliminary study written by Yulita Sirinti Pongtambe. Congratulations, Ibu Sirita. Probably she's joining us on Zoom. Then the fourth title is Mapping University Industry Collaborations Mechanisms for Regional Economic Competitiveness, written by Bapak Syarifuddin. Congratulations, Pak Syarifuddin. And the last abstract winning the bronze medals is Digital Entrepreneurship Educations, Employability and Sustainable Development in Higher Education, written by Ibu Dewi Aryani. Congratulations once again, Ibu Dewi Aryani. Probably you are joining with us on Zoom. And here we come with the second group winning the silver medal. There are also 5 articles. The first one is enhancing cyber security in higher education through vulnerability assessment of web-based systems, written by Ibu Miftahul Rahmi. Congratulations, Ibu Miftahul Rahmi. The second title is Computational Theory Development of the Adaptive Control Curriculum, written by Ibu Sukma Firdaus. Congratulations. The third one is Bridging Academia and Industry Through Experiential Learning, a case study of developing a multi-warehouse supply chain information system, written by Bapak Muhammad Sahlil Rizki. Congratulations, Bapak Muhammad Sahlil Rizki. And the next one is Beyond Technical Competence, the role of scientific literacy in predicting ethical reasoning among vocational STEM students, written by Ibu Fatina Tushaliha. Again, congratulations for Ibu Fatina Tush. And the last title winning the silver medal is Understanding Artificial Intelligence Adoptions Among Accounting Students, an Extended Technology Acceptance Model Approach, written by Ibu Fika Fitra Nita. Once again, congratulations to the 5 best abstracts winning the silver medals. And here we come with the last group winning the gold medals. We have top 5 best abstracts. The first one is From Traditions to Digital Writing Spaces, Examining Padlet's Influence on Creative Writing Engagement, written by myself, John Riz Tambubolon. So congratulations to me, and congratulations to the, thank you to the committee for the appreciation. Just to let you know, there is no interference during the scoring, everyone. So even though I am one of the committees, I didn't interfere with the scoring system. They work with integrity. The next one is IFRS S1 and IFRS S2 integration in accounting educations, impacts on ESG competence and graduate employability, written by Ibu Surifa. Congratulations for winning the gold medal. Is Ibu Sarifa here? Congratulations, Ibu Sarifa. Sorry, Ibu Surifa. And the third title is Bridging the Expectation Gap, a dual perspective study on lecturer pedagogical readiness and student self-directed learning in PGBL, or project-based learning, written by Ibu Lini Mardiati Rahma. Congratulations, Ibu Lini. And the next one is Securing the Digital Shift in Higher Education, Mitigating File Upload Risk in Open Journal System, written by Bapak Oki Rahmanto. Congratulations for Bapak Oki. Is Bapak Oki here? You may have, okay. All right, and the last title, winning the gold medal, Best Abstract, is Interpretable Learning Analytics for Low Performance Risk Identification in Gen AI Assisted Information Problem Solving, written by Bapak Jarod Budianto. Congratulations to Bapak Jarod Budianto for winning the Best Abstract and gold medal. This, we don't have, or we don't prepare any gift or souvenirs, but yes, but Pendi, but we provide a certificate of appreciation for those 15 best abstract winners. So congratulations once again. We will send the certificates probably later after the conference day through the email in our website. Thank you. And here we come with the second announcement. For this one, I would like to invite the representative from each university that win this very valuable appreciation from committees. All right, we would like to invite the representative from, oh yeah, let me announce. This is actually a certificate appreciation from the committee to the institutional that has contributed with the most abstracts. So the first one is 5th place institutional abstract contributor goes to Universitas Negeri Manado. Congratulations to Universitas Negeri Manado. If there is one or someone from Universitas Negeri Manado, would you please come to the stage to accept this certificate of appreciation? Maybe Prof. Nico or Pak Rudi or Ibu, sorry, Pak, who else? Universitas Negeri Manado. Congratulations. And okay, we have Prof. Nico here. Please have your place here on the stage. Yeah. 4th place institutional abstract contributor goes to Universitas Indonesia. Congratulations. Is there any representative from Universitas Indonesia? Okay. All right. The 3rd place institutional abstract contributor goes to from Sulawesi Island again. Yeah. Universitas Negeri Makassar. Congratulations. If there is someone coming from Universitas Negeri Makassar, please come to the stage. No one? And the second place, institutional abstract contributor goes to, this time we go to Java Island again, Universitas Trunojoyo Madura. Congratulations for winning the second place. UTM, if there is one representing the UTM, please come to the stage. And of course, we can wait for this first place institutional abstract contributor. This is coming from university, no, Polytechnic this time. Polytechnic that has initiated adopsi and gather us all. Let's give a big round of applause for Polytechnic Negeri Tanah Laut. If there is one representing Polytechnic Negeri Tanah Laut, please come to the stage. We are going to hand in the certificate of achievement. We go with the fifth place first, Prof. Nico from Universitas Negeri Manado. Please. Okay. Prof. Nico is over there. We would like to invite our chairperson of adopsi, Pak Anggun. Is Pak Anggun here? Okay. Congratulations, Pak Nico, Prof. Nico. You have 8 colleagues in Universitas Negeri Manado. And next is second place goes to UTM, submitted by Pak Rio Kurniawan as representative of UTM. Congratulations once again. And of course, this is the most weighted one, winning the first place. Polytechnic Negeri Tanah Laut, submitted by Pak Adi. Congratulations to all winners. Maybe we can take picture together. Masing-masing. All together can take picture. Oh, itu UNM. Okay, from UNM we have here winning the third place. Yes, congratulations, Ibu. Okay, we can take a picture together, please. Ibu from UNM. Okay. Maybe accompanied by the committee of conference, Pak Pendi. Okay. Okay, thank you everyone. You may return to your seat. I can bring the certificate, of course. All right, congratulations once again to the 5 winners. Okay, now it's time to wait. Oh yeah. We would like to kindly invite our keynote speaker, Prof. Tariq, to the stage. There is a small token of appreciations from the committee here. They're going to give it to you. And I would like to invite our chairpersons of conference, Pak Herpendi. Would you please come to the stage to hand in the tokens of appreciations to our great and distinguished keynote speaker, Prof. Tariq from Malaysia. Okay, can you please give your big round of applause? This is a traditional fabric from Polytechnic, from Tanah Laut, or from South Kalimantan. It's Borneo in Malaysia, right? But we call it Kalimantan here. Hopefully you like it. And okay. And we also have a goodie bag here. Okay. All right. Now we are going to, oh yeah, we also have another, maybe Pa Anggun as the chairpersons of Adaksi can hand it in. We have also what do you call, a t-shirt. Yeah, a t-shirt made specifically for this conference, presented by Adaksi. Congratulations once again. Thank you, Prof. Tariq. Can you please give your big round of applause one more time for Tariq, everyone? And Prof. Tariq, can you please just remain on the stage because we're going to have a picture together for the commentation sessions. Perhaps we can have some sessions, the committee with the keynote speakers and then with all the participants. Okay, so we would like to invite the committees to the stage to take a picture with our keynote speaker, along with Pa Jamil. If you don't mind, can you please, and Prof. Nico, we would like to invite Prof. Nico as the board of our advisors. Prof. Nico, would you please come to the stage to take a picture together? Yes. Committees, would you please come to the stage and take a picture together? Please, we are running out of time, so make it fast. Bang Herpendi, would you please on the stage, on the center of the stage, Bang Pendi, as the chairperson of the committee. Over here, Pak Pendi, over here. You should be on the center. Okay, we have 3 chairs here, armchairs, special for Pak Anggun. All right. Yes. Now we're going to have another picture together with all participants. So all participants we would like to invite to stand up. And Prof. Tariq and Pak Jamil, can you please just stand up here in front of this? And all participants, would you please come forward and stand up together because we're going to take a picture for all participants.
Bapak Ibu bisa
Participants
berdiri
committees, would you
dan
please come
dekat
forward?
panggung untuk
Yeah,
diambil
come forward.
fotonya. Ya, berdiri di situ saja tidak apa-apa.
Yeah.
Supaya kena semua di frame.
Okay. All participants, we would like to invite you to come to this forward. Yang ibu-ibu yang pendek, sorry. I don't mean to body shame ya. Yang pendek-pendek boleh, tahu diri di depan. Nah, yang agak tinggi-tinggi boleh di atas. Di atas. Di belakang. Apa adik-adik yang foto boleh naik kursi aja. Naik kursi. Adik, tapi buka sepatunya ya, sepatunya dibuka. Bukan yang lain dibuka ya sepatunya. They want to. All right. Thank you, everyone. It's time for enjoying your lunch, and we'll see you again at 1. At 1?
Yes, that one.
At 1 p.m. So enjoy your, and those who want to go to mosque for Friday prayer, please do.
Cek. Bapak, bukan Bapak Ibu. Yang mau sholat Jumat ada di basement 2. Barangkali yang tidak safar atau yang mau melaksanakan sholat Jumat itu ada di basement 2. Silahkan. Dan selanjutnya nanti bisa makan siang seperti biasa di resto.
Silahkan bagi yang ingin foto dengan Prof. Torik, masih ada waktu Bapak Ibu. Lalu setelah ini nanti bergabung lagi di jam 13.00 karena Prof. Pasli akan memberikan materinya secara offline, Prof. Pasli Jalal. Setelah Prof. Pasli ada Prof. Ajis, lalu dari Egypt dan juga ada Dr. Fed dari Australia. Baru kita lanjut jam 3 sesi paralel. Kita mau saksikan Pak Sastra presentasi nanti. Silakan yang ingin foto dengan Prof. Tarik sebelum meninggalkan ruangan beliau. Silakan. Iya, 5.000 saja kumpul ke panitia ya, satu kali foto dengan Prof. Tarik. Silakan. Lumayan. Silakan ibu-ibu yang belum foto dengan Prof. Tarik. Ibu mau foto? Ya, silakan. Kak Eka. Mana Kak Eka? Ini foto kan, beliau mau foto. Nih, yang ibu ini. Hah? Oh, nih. Ibu sama Bu Eka. Silakan 5.000 saja, 5.000 nanti ke admin ya. Lumayan lah pemasukan conference. Ini banting harga sudah pokoknya ini. Yang penting ada pemasukan konferensi. QRIS-nya tolong disiapkan panitia, 5.000 ya, 5.000 per foto, tolong jangan anarkis.
Bapak Ibu, don't forget to come back here at 1 because we still have another presenters, Professor Fasli Jalal and then Professor Aziz from Egypt and Dr. Valencia, PhD. For online participants and also online presenters, we may be back at 1. So you may have break. Di Somaya, you may have break, and after that you can return to this room at 1, because we still have another presenter, another keynote speaker, another invited speaker.
Kan apa sih? Oh alah. Provinsi ya. Kalau kabupaten. Oh, ini provinsi apa ya? Iya kan tinggi. Kita provinsi tinggi. Kalau kabupaten 1 juta, PH 1.500.000. Kan lumayan tuh kalau di event-event segala gaya. Nah, monolog. Ada kan? Monolog gitu toh. Terus anakmu menang. Anak didik toh. Oh iya. Enggak, waktu di ini enggak? Gratis enggak? Enggak. SMA. Paling pulang. Pulang ke sampai tanggal 30 Maret pulang ke Musamus tercinta. Lebih meyakinkan. Proses apa tanda tangan? Oh, divorce. Ya. Bayar apa? 15. Hah? Iya, sudah. Karena itu tuh sama di akhirnya nih, oh ini cuma tadi.
Cara foto. Boleh ya? Maaf. Ada siapa? Ya. Iya muncul. Ya, oke. Ya, selamat. Oh, selamat pagi, selamat siang ya. Terima kasih, selamat siang semua. Sampai jumpa, Adaksi hebat. Oke, Pak.
Tes. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you back to the International Conference of ADAXI, International Conference on Policy, Innovations, and Practice in Higher Education, 26th of June, 2026. We will open for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, if then collaboration is its powerful accent. Our next speaker embodies this spirit of academic exchange across the borders. He is a distinguished scholar whose work continues to enrich discussions in higher education, research, development, and I'm sorry. Our next distinguished speaker has long been recognized as one of Indonesia's leading figures in educational development. Please welcome Professor Dr. Asli Jalal, PhD.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good afternoon, everybody. My PowerPoint is in English, but I will explain in Indonesian, yeah. So to speed up the process because we are starting late, yeah. So we don't want to eat up the next speaker's time, yeah. The question is, we have talked about many aspect of higher education, ya. Jadi kita udah bicara banyak. Kita udah bicara masalah kurikulum, AI enhance learning process, kita bicara transformasi, kita bicara kesiapan dosen, kesejahteraan, dan berbagai hal. Tapi saya kira saya akan mengajak Adaksi untuk mikir, ada satu bagian yang belum tuntas kita bahas, yaitu higher education financing. Kita kadang-kadang ribut pada waktu angka-angka saja, tapi kurang melihat secara makro bagaimana kita menganalisa pembiayaan pendidikan tinggi ini. Slide. Jadi karena itu kalau kita ambil benchmark, lanjut slide. Tolong panitia. Ya. Jadi kalau kita ambil benchmark internasional, ambillah negara OECD ya. Ini 34 negara the rich club ya, rich country club. Dia mempunyai standar yang mereka pegang secara by heart, tapi walaupun ada variasi tentang bagaimana pembiayaan pendidikan dan pembiayaan pendidikan tinggi. Mereka bertekad bahwa alokasi biaya pendidikan total ya, publik maupun dari private, itu adalah antara 4-6% dari GDP. Kemudian dari public spending, dari APBN, itu minimal antara 15-20%. Nah, Indonesia untuk yang 20% ini sudah cash in stone di dalam undang-undang dasar kita. Kita salah satu negara yang sedikit yang aman dari sisi alokasi. Cuman tinggal kemana uang itu yang 20% yang cukup besar itu. Lanjut. Jadi kalau kita lihat berapa anggaran untuk pendidikan tinggi, benchmark di internasional OECD ini tidak dikaitkan dengan kaya miskin ya, tapi dengan GDP. Jadi pendapatan dari negara tersebut. Jadi kalau kaya dia persentasenya tetap, kalau miskin dia persentase tetap. Nah saat ini untuk pendidikan tinggi itu antara 1 sampai 1,5% dari GDP itu harus diberikan untuk pendidikan tinggi. Nanti saya lihatkan bagaimana perbandingan angka-angkanya antar negara dari pembiayaan operasi penyelenggaraan pendidikan tinggi, dari biaya riset yang diberikan kepada pengajar, dan dari kesejahteraan yang banyak menjadi perjuangan dari Adaksi ya. Lanjut. Ini contoh bagaimana negara-negara OECD ya, semua sebagian besar negara Eropa, kemudian ada dari negara Amerika Latin, sebagian dari Asia. Kalau kita lihat mereka umumnya mendekati 2%. Malahan ada yang mendekati 3%. UK, Amerika ya, Chili itu luar biasa. Lebih dari 3% dari GDP-nya diberikan untuk pendidikan tinggi. Rata-rata OECD adalah 2% dari GDP adalah untuk pendidikan tinggi. Lanjut. Dan kalau kita lihat di gambar ini, bagian terbesar di negara OECD yang kaya pun itu adalah public spending. Jadi dari dana pemerintah, bukan dari dana dari private ya. Jadi memang tanggung jawab pemerintah untuk pendidikan tinggi itu besar. Yang kalau kita lihat di sini ada yang sampai 95% dari total dana pendidikan tingginya dari pemerintah. Ini negara-negara OECD tapi pendekatannya sosialis, welfare state, dan dia memberikan dana yang besar dari Jerman dan beberapa negara itu. Bagian terbesar dari pendanaan pendidikan tinggi itu justru dari APBN mereka. Nanti bisa dipelajari ya bagaimana variasi antar negara. Tapi kalau kita lihat sebagian besar maka jarang yang di bawah 80% itu adalah dari dana APBN-nya. Lanjut. Kalau kita lihat berapa uang per mahasiswa, yang di atas yang segitiga itu adalah yang dana pendidikan tinggi ya. Yang bar itu adalah dana pendidikan dasarnya dan ada dana pendidikan menengah. Tapi kalau kita ambil yang di atas, yang segitiga itu berkisar antara 15.000 sampai 30.000 dolar per tahun per siswa. Itu biaya yang dikeluarkan oleh negara-negara ini. Nah, coba pikirkan berapa per kapita biaya yang diberikan untuk mahasiswa kita ya, untuk betul-betul mendapatkan tujuan kita membangun sumber daya manusia unggul tadi melalui pendidikan tinggi. Lanjut. Nah, kalau kita lihat dari GDP, ini tadi saya katakan bahwa rata-rata mereka sekitar 1% ya, ada yang mendekati 2%. Tapi kalau kita ambil waktu itu, ini OECD, dihitung tahun 2022 ini, berapa pengeluaran APBN Indonesia untuk pendidikan tinggi, kemudian diekstrapolasi dengan purchasing power parity, maka coba lihat, kita cuma 0,02% dari GDP kita untuk pendidikan tinggi. Jadi 1/40 ya, 1/40 dari rata-rata OECD. Jadi memang agak memalukan lah, 0,02%. Dan ini tidak ada yang mempermasalahkan. Lewat aja, padahal kita punya 20% sekarang. Kemana 20% itu? Kenapa pendidikan tinggi yang biasanya dapat 25%? Jadi rata-rata APBN itu biasanya 5% untuk PAUD, 45% untuk pendidikan dasar, 25% untuk pendidikan menengah, dan 25% untuk pendidikan tinggi. Jadi 25% 1/4 dari 776 triliun. Atau kita bulan 100 saja. Ada 200 triliun uang yang harusnya digunakan untuk pendidikan tinggi. Jadi ini PR Adaksi ini untuk mengejar. Kenapa kok tidak terasa? 20% sudah kewajiban. Undang-undang dasar nggak bisa ditawar. Persentase benchmark dunia kita dapat 25%, pendidikan tinggi. Tapi saat ini kalau kita hitung-hitung cukup memalukan lah. berapa yang dapat, dan itu kita biarkan. Kita biarkan terjadi, padahal Undang-Undang Dasar demikian sungguh-sungguh untuk membela pendidikan dan memaksa negara menyediakan 20% untuk pendidikan. Yang di dalamnya ada untuk pendidikan tinggi. Nah, kalau kita lihat bagian kanan ini, coba lihat, ya agak malu kita. Jadi nggak dimasukin susah, dimasukin sebagai perbandingan malu kita. Mudah-mudahan ini untuk kita aja ya. Oke, lanjut. Nah, jadi kalau kita lihat sebetulnya apa tantangan kita? Kita ingin tentu akses jelas, tapi juga akses yang merata, tapi juga akses yang merata bermutu, tapi juga akses yang merata bermutu dan relevan. Itu cita-cita kita. You get what you pay, kata orang. Jadi kita mau selamat ya jangan bayar 500 becaknya gitu kan. Harus berani membayar sesuai dengan tujuan yang kita capai. Nah, karena itu tantangan kita untuk bagaimana caranya agar menaikkan anggaran untuk pendidikan tinggi ini bisa membuat transformasi perguruan tinggi, mendukung knowledge based economy, dan juga menyiapkan lulusan, apalagi di era AI dan digital ini, betul-betul dia survive menjadi petarung-petarung dimanapun dia bekerja, di sektor apapun yang dia geluti nanti. Bagaimana cara kita melihat Indonesia negara besar, penduduk kita 285 juta. Umur produktif kita, umur 15 sampai 64 tahun, itu sekarang lebih dari 50%. Kita adalah negara yang sedang mengalami bonus demografi. Mereka memerlukan pendidikan tinggi. Kalau Korea sudah 91% APK-nya. Thailand sudah di atas 50%. Kita masih tertati-tati sekitar 32% ya. Ini kalau kita pakai data Dikti mungkin sudah 38%, kalau data BPS mungkin sekitar 32%. Tapi masih ada gap yang besar. Nah, sementara kita tahu kebutuhan untuk pendidikan tinggi bagi anak muda lulusan SMA, SMK, masa alia besar, yang mau upskilling atau reskilling juga kadang-kadang memerlukan. Mungkin tidak degree tapi micro kredensial, kursus-kursus yang tailor made, dan ini adalah peran dari pendidikan tinggi. Berarti kita harus melihat secara lebih jernih berapa sebetulnya beban dari pendidikan tinggi kita ke depan. Lanjut. Jadi kalau kita lihat inequitable access dan affordability itu masih menjadi bagian dari pendidikan tinggi kita. Kita anak-anak dari keluarga kurang mampu masih banyak terkendala, walaupun kita salah satu negara terbesar kartu Indonesia Pintarnya, beasiswa. Kita termasuk salah satu yang terbesar. Sekarang udah lebih dari 200.000 per tahun. Dan kalau kita jumlahkan mungkin ada 1 juta orang Indonesia yang dicakup dengan kartu Indonesia Pintar Kuliah ini. Ini perlu kita pertahankan. Saya waktu itu sebagai Dirjen Dikti memulai 20.000 ya, 20.000 beasiswa anak miskin kita. Kemudian kita ganti namanya bersama Prof. Nuh waktu itu menjadi bidik misi, dan kemudian dari 20.000 naik menjadi 50.000, naik menjadi 100.000, sekarang sudah lebih dari 200.000 per tahun. Harapan kita kalau jumlah mahasiswa kita sekarang mendekati 10 juta, Pak Anggun, harusnya kita harus berani memberikan beasiswa itu untuk 20%. 20% anak Indonesia harus dilindungi aksesnya, baik tuition fee-nya maupun biaya hidup. Dan berarti kita harus aiming for 20% atau 2 juta mahasiswa Indonesia harus terlindungi. Mari kita lihat bagaimana cara memastikan siapa anak-anak tersebut. Karena kalau ini kita tidak lakukan, baik karena ketidakmampuan membayar tuition fee, atau living cost, atau transportation cost, atau biaya-biaya lain, terutama di era digital sekarang, mereka tidak akan pernah mendapatkan kesempatan di pendidikan tinggi tersebut. Lanjut. Kemudian kita juga harus berupaya bahwa jangan institusi itu bergantung hanya kepada SPP saja. Karena SPP ini hanya harusnya bagian terbawah dari income pendidikan tinggi. Sekarang bagian terbesar dari pendapatan pendidikan tinggi adalah dari SPP. Dan ini tidak sehat. Dan ini tidak sustainable. Dan ini juga sangat menjadi disinsentif bagi teman-teman kita untuk betul-betul berkarir dengan baik di perguruan tinggi. Kita ingin jangan sampai sustainability pembiayaan, resiliensi terhadap shock ya atau berbagai kondisi-kondisi itu jangan sampai menyentuh perguruan tinggi karena sumber pembiayaan yang bervariasi tadi. Lanjut. Kita juga harus melihat bahwa riset adalah urat nadi perguruan tinggi. Kita tahu sekarang dalam riset ini jumlah anggaran riset kita menaik alhamdulillah dan sebagian sudah mulai dibiayai oleh LPDP yang kita harapkan akan membesar dan makin kompetitif ya. Tapi jumlahnya masih terbatas dan masih dalam silo-silo tidak terintegrasi dalam satu riset agenda nasional. Kemudian baru berbagai skema itu dimasukkan. Kemudian hubungan dengan industri sudah diupayakan sejak dari sebelum Mas Nadim, kemudian Pak Brian ya, udah banyak upaya, tapi kita tahu bahwa masih ada gap yang cukup besar antara bagaimana riset kita berkoordinasi atau bersinergi dengan perguruan tinggi, disambut, diproduksi oleh mereka, dipasarkan sehingga hidup di pasar, mampu berkompetisi dengan dumping dari produk-produk yang sangat banyak dari luar negeri ini. Jadi memang perjalanannya masih banyak dan banyak mereka mati di lembah-lembah berpindahnya dari riset menjadi hilirisasi tadi itu. Lanjut. Karena itu mari kita lihat juga kalau kita tidak punya biaya bagaimana kita akan menjaga kualitas dari human capital kita. Bagaimana kita memberikan dukungan kepada student support kita. Bagaimana kita memastikan infrastruktur, terutama infrastruktur digital, ya ini juga cukup memakan biaya, tapi mutlak diperlukan oleh perguruan tinggi. Karena itu mudah-mudahan ke depan kita bisa melihat bagaimana dana 20% dari total APBN dan 25% dari dana tersebut untuk pendidikan tinggi dan untuk apa kita gunakan. Lanjut. Kita juga sadar bahwa variasi ini sangat besar. Kita punya perguruan tinggi elit ya, PTN elit yang sangat kaya raya dan PTN-PTN biasa atau malah agak tersisih ya. Di swasta begitu juga, apalagi swasta antara yang besar, yang kecil, yang kaya dan yang biasa sampai yang miskin ya, yang untuk kehidupan tahun demi tahun saja mereka berjuang. Kemudian tentu dalam konteks urban rural, di mana bagian terbesar dari perguruan tinggi yang baik-baik ini berada di kota, bagaimana menjangkau kabupaten ya atau desa yang memerlukan mereka. Lanjut. Karena itu kita berharap endowment fund sudah dimulai, tapi jangan endowment fund ini menjadi kapal keruk yang digunakan oleh perguruan tinggi dengan alasan membangun endowment fund, tapi akhirnya mereka tidak lagi menjadi world class university, research university, tapi lebih banyak student body-nya dibesarkan sedemikian rupa menerima sampai 20.000 per tahun yang tentu akan bermasalah di dalam berbagai kategori untuk mutu tadi. Nah, tapi mudah-mudahan dengan berbagai dukungan terhadap endowment fund ini, relying dari student tuition ini bisa berkurang dan kita mulai melihat long term sustainable financing untuk higher education di masing-masing perguruan tinggi itu. Lanjut. Dan kita juga sudah ada uangnya sedikit, kita juga menemukan inefficient dari alokasi ya, kadang-kadang tidak terlalu transparan ya, kemudian belum lagi proses birokrasinya yang panjang, belum lagi otonomi untuk perguruan tinggi tidak sebaik yang diharapkan. Kita dulu pernah, waktu saya di Bappenas, pernah kita belajar dari beberapa negara, kita ingin sebetulnya biaya pendidikan tinggi itu, Mas Anggun, per student financing. Jadi misalnya Politeknik A, dia punya 12 program studi. Masing-masing di-assign 40 mahasiswa per prodi misalnya. Jadi ada 14 kali 16 prodi tadi. Nanti di mana lokasi dia, berapa biaya per kapitanya itu dihitung. Tingkat kemahalan, tingkat kemajuan. Kemudian uang ini disiapkan, dikalikan dengan semua unit cost tadi, dapat misalnya 30 miliar. 30 miliar itu diberikan langsung ke perguruan tinggi. Perguruan tinggi nanti yang mencoba mendesain bagaimana cara menggaji, bagaimana rasio dosen per mahasiswa segala macam, ada koridor-koridor, tetapi sepanjang perguruan tingginya mampu menunjukkan hasil akhir, impact, dan kalau minimal outcome, dia bisa dipercaya untuk mengelola 30 miliar. Dan itu multi years funding. Jadi tidak tiap tahun kita mengemis dan tidak pasti berapa kita dapat. Di dalam 5 tahun perkiraan kasar yang sudah dapat, kecuali kalau ada gangguan-gangguan penerimaan pajak, perang segala macam, itu force majeure. Tapi long term financing ini sebenarnya diperlukan, ditambah otonomi pengelolaan sehingga manajemen perguruan tinggi bisa melakukan manuver bagaimana untuk mendapatkan outcome yang sebaiknya dari setiap mahasiswa yang masuk, dan mahasiswa dibayar per kapita langsung diberikan ke masing-masing perguruan tinggi. Nah, inilah yang kadang-kadang otonomi ini belum kita miliki, dan tentu performance based financing ini belum sebaik yang kita harapkan. Lanjut. Nah, kita juga sadar bahwa teman-teman apalagi di Politeknik, saya kira ini nanti kebutuhan mahasiswa ini tidak hanya anak-anak yang usia 18 atau 19 sampai 23 tahun aja. Orang akan selalu belajar. Jadi upskilling, reskilling segala macam akan makin masif karena teknologi digital dan AI. Banyak pekerjaan yang berubah, banyak pekerjaan baru yang belum ada. Malah kita membayangkan sekali 5 tahun akan ada gelombang-gelombang orang memperbaiki kemampuannya, kompetensinya. Nah, bagaimana cara kita menangkap itu? Tidak hanya sekedar S1, S2, S3, atau D4 atau D3, tapi kita memberikan micro credential, kemudian juga sertifikasi ya, dan hal-hal yang sebetulnya membuat kampus itu harusnya hidup, dan pola ini menurut saya membuat lebih lama kebutuhan dirasa oleh masyarakat terhadap perguruan tinggi, tidak hanya waktu dia umur 19-23 tahun saja, sampai dia belum meninggal pun, menjelang meninggal pun, dia masih bisa mendapatkan manfaat dari lifelong learning di pendidikan tinggi ini. Lanjut. Nah, karena itu mari kita upayakan juga teman-teman bagaimana AI ini tidak bisa tidak, sudah saya kira banyak di Politeknik sini ya, orang-orang engineering pasti sudah banyak menyiapkan diri. Ini tantangan terbesar kita. Tapi pertanyaannya siapa yang akan membayar, berapa banyak, dan bagaimana itu dibagi. Pasti kebutuhan ini akan, kalau kita tidak hati-hati, akan membuat gap antara kita dengan negara-negara tetangga, dan negara-negara benchmark kita akan makin menjauh. Mari kita hadapi secara lebih khusus. Dan saya kira kalau ada aksi, apalagi banyak politekniknya, mencoba membahas mengenai AI ini. AI di pendidikan tinggi ini, dan juga AI di berbagai sektor. Dan apa yang bisa diperankan oleh pendidikan tinggi nanti untuk menservis kebutuhan-kebutuhan mereka yang sangat dinamis itu. Lanjut. Kemudian saya kira kalau kita ingin tetap mengembangkan akses, karena kita masih 32%, meningkatkan mutu, meningkatkan relevansi, meningkatkan riset, kemudian mengurangi ketimpangan, dan kemudian transformasikan perguruan tinggi kita menjadi AI enhanced university, dan juga maintaining financial sustainability. Inilah pesan moral yang untuk kita perlu kita pikirkan terus, dan kalau ada nanti tim-tim dari Adaksi yang membahas ini, saya kira ini sangat diperlukan oleh bangsa kita. Dan DPR pun pasti akan sangat menunggu analisa-analisa yang tajam mengenai bagaimana cara kita mau semua, tapi dengan pembiayaan yang terbatas, bagaimana kita memaksimalkan dana yang ada. Lanjut. Karena itu kombinasi dari berbagai sumber itu perlu ya. Inilah berbagai bentuk pembiayaan yang akan menjadi bagian dari perguruan tinggi masa depan. Saya kira sebagian sudah kita mulai, tapi masih banyak peluang-peluang untuk kita tingkatkan. Lanjut. Nah, Bapak dan Ibu, lanjut saja. Lanjut. Kalau kita lihat sekarang misalnya investment in higher education tadi. Ini di ASEAN, tadi di OECD ya. Di Singapura dia memang very high ya. Jelas. Malaysia high. Thailand moderate high. Indonesia moderate ya. Vietnam sama dengan kita. Kita masih lebih baik dari Filipina dan Kamboja atau Laos ya. Tapi kalau kita lihat bagaimana expenditure per student, ya, ini bisa dikunyah-kunyah nanti nih Mas Anggun, ya. Coba bayangkan Indonesia menyediakan baru sekitar 3.000 sampai 5.000 US dollar per student per tahun. Bandingkan dengan Singapura menyediakan 25.000 US dollar sampai 35.000 US dollar per student per tahun. Dan kemudian ada negara-negara lain yang di sekitar itu. Jadi artinya ada ruang gerak untuk kita mendapatkan perhatian lebih besar. Lanjut. Jadi kalau kita lihat dari perbandingan ya, kita bisa 1/8 ya dari US dan seterusnya. Dan tentu ini akan mempengaruhi bagaimana pengelolaan dan mutu hasil belajar di pendidikan tinggi kita. Lanjut. Ini kalau kita ambil negara-negara yang top university yang tadi misalnya Harvard itu sudah 100.000 dolar per student per tahun ya. Kemudian National University of Singapore ini tetangga kita sudah mengeluarkan ya 540 40.000 sampai 70.000 US dollar per orang per tahun ya. Kita tadi berapa? 3.000 sampai 5.000. Kalau kita lihat apa yang membedakan? Yang membedakan memang biaya untuk laboratorium. Laboratorium itu memang mahal. Ini yang membedakan kenapa perguruan tinggi tadi betul-betul besar biayanya. Kemudian pendidikan pasca. Karena pasca ini per kapitanya tinggi. Jadi makin besar student body pascanya, rata-ratanya akan naik ke atas. Kemudian faculty salary, ini juga nanti kita bahas sedikit. Kemudian research grant, dan kemudian endowment income, dan industry partnerships. Ya. Lanjut. Tapi pertanyaannya bukan berapa banyak yang kita belanjakan, tapi bisakah kita mendapatkan juga setiap tambahan rupiah itu atau berapapun rupiah kita belanjakan, bisakah mempunyai value created ya per student gitu ya. Nah kalau kita lihat di Singapura, dia memang saat ini berfokus kepada artificial intelligence, biotechnology, semiconductor, dan kemudian advanced manufacturing dan biomedical sciences. Dia fokus ke sini. Dan kita lihat di Malaysia juga memberikan perhatian kepada beberapa perguruan tinggi mereka. Mereka konsentrasikan targeted university dengan funding schemes-nya. Dan juga kalau kita lihat Indonesia, research expenditure kita tadi masih relatif lebih rendah dan often fragmented ya, R&D remains limited, dan juga endowment fund tadi yang relatively small gitu ya. Nah, ini saya lewat aja, terus lanjut. Ya. Lanjut. Nah, Bapak dan Ibu, kalau kita lihat dari berbagai data-data kita ini, yang menarik, lanjut. Terus, ya, oke. Sebetulnya Korea itu rata-rata expenditure per mahasiswanya lebih rendah dari US. Tapi dia fokus pada STEM. Sehingga produktivitas per STEM-nya per mahasiswa bisa lebih tinggi dari Amerika yang lebih besar. Jadi begitu juga dengan Cina yang sekarang banyak menjadi benchmark bagi pendidikan tinggi di dunia. Kalau kita lihat beberapa yang kita apakan, sebetulnya kalau kita lihat berapa sekarang biaya untuk satu orang ya. Coba nih, ini balik ke atas dulu. Ke atas lagi. Lagi. Nah, enggak, ya nih, ini enggak, satu lagi ke atas. Nah, nih. Jadi kalau kita bicara riset, memang per dosen itu kita masih relatif rendah ya. Saya menghitung-hitung dari 180 triliun itu, kita sebenarnya bisa menyediakan minimal 25 juta per paling bawahnya untuk semua dosen negeri dan swasta itu hanya dapat minimal 25 juta dan bisa naik sampai 100 juta. Kalau kita lihat di saat sekarang itu Small private university hanya antara 5 juta sampai 20 juta. Ada di bawah itu ya. Regional public university ya 20 sampai 100 juta. Major PTN ya ini provinsi ya, PTN-PTN provinsi sudah 100 sampai 500 juta. Top university di Indonesia itu antara 200 juta sampai 1 miliar dan kerjasama internasional. Nah, lanjut. Jadi kalau kita lihat beberapa negara di sekitar kita, Malaysia itu minimal dia mengeluarkan 200 sampai 1 miliar per dosen. Cina 500 sampai 5 miliar ya. Belum lagi Amerika Serikat sampai 20 miliar satu orang dosen. Jadi memang kita masih bekerja keras, kita tahu bahwa kita income per kapita beda, enggak usah diambil nilai ini secara face value, tapi komparasi ini kita lihat bisa dibandingkan dengan persentase. Jadi intinya kita masih perlu untuk menata berapa sebenarnya biaya yang perlu kita berikan untuk riset daripada dosen-dosen kita. Dan bagaimana memanfaatkan 20% dana APBN dan dari 20% itu 25% dari 20% itu adalah untuk pendidikan tinggi yang di dalamnya bisa membiayai riset ini. Lanjut. Nah, terakhir adalah masalah Lanjut terus masalah welfare, salary yang banyak diperjuangkan ya. Lanjut saja. Jadi kalau kita lihat ini adalah data kasar ya, bahwa Singapura tuh membayar 80.000 US dollar sampai 180.000 US dollar per orang per tahun ya. Kemudian diikuti dengan negara-negara lain. Nah, di Indonesia ini sudah agak dibesarkan angkanya nih ya. Kita bisa membayar antara 5.000 sampai 20.000 US dollar per orang per tahun ya. Ini coba dikalikan dengan 1,7 sekarang ya. Nah, kalau Singapura dia memang asisten profesor aja dia sudah bayar 120 sampai 160.000 dolar Singapura. Sampai tertinggi itu dia mampu membayar 250.000 sampai 350.000. Jadi lebih dari 3,5 miliar per tahun ya. Jadi berarti 300 juta per bulan itu sudah diberikan oleh mereka. Ya. Nah, kalau kita lihat dikaitkan dengan relatif GDP kita, pendapatan per kapita kita, memang kita tidak terlalu jauh ya. Kita Indonesia 1 sampai 2 kali lipat dari GDP. Ya, GDP kita sekarang sekitar 5.000 dolar ya per orang per tahun. Tapi Malaysia bisa membayar sampai 4 kali lipat, Cina sampai bisa membayar 5 kali lipat ya. Ini adalah perbandingan dikaitkan dengan GDP, bukan dikaitkan antar negara ya. Jadi angkanya lebih berarti gitu untuk perbandingan. Lanjut. Bapak dan Ibu, sebagai penutup dari saya, supaya ada dialog dikit. Jadi mari kita perhatikan pembiayaan daripada pendidikan tinggi kita. Kita udah punya modal 20% sudah dipatok oleh Undang-Undang Dasar, kita udah rebut itu, udah kita gunakan. Tapi pertanyaan besar kemana uang ini digunakan, ini masih banyak sekali perdebatan dan tidak pernah nampak tahun demi tahun perbaikannya. Malah makin memburuk. Apalagi dengan datangnya MBG ya, yang mengambil 225 triliun dari anggaran yang sebetulnya sudah payah-payah diperjuangkan 20%, ya kan? Nah, saya melihat dialog untuk meneliti secara jernih berapa per kapita per student yang harus diberikan untuk berbagai variasi prodi di lokasi yang berbeda, tingkat kemahalan, daerah maju, daerah kurang maju dan seterusnya, dan berapa yang harusnya bisa dibayar oleh pemerintah Indonesia. Kemudian baru kita kawinkan dengan berapa biaya riset yang perlu kita sediakan untuk setiap dosen, dan kemudian baru kita berikan yang produktivitasnya tinggi, yang labornya canggih, yang skopusnya banyak, yang patennya juga sangat bagus, dampak sosialnya juga berat, dan itu juga harus kita perhatikan berapa. Dan terakhir, bagaimana kesejahteraan untuk dosen-dosen kita. Nah, mudah-mudahan perjuangan Tukin dari Adaksi yang sudah dimulai ini menyadarkan bukan sekadar isu Tukin saja, tapi ini adalah melihat kewajaran sebuah profesional bekerja di sektor yang sangat menentukan kualitas sumber daya manusia, yaitu pendidikan tinggi yang katanya akan melahirkan mahasiswa unggul yang akan menentukan Indonesia mencapai Indonesia emas atau tidak. Tapi tadi you get what you pay. Kamu hanya akan mendapat berapa yang Anda bayarkan. Dan saat ini yang dibayarkan tuh sangat jauh dari menghasilkan sumber daya manusia yang unggul untuk mencapai Indonesia emas. Selamat berjuang, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, Prof. Fasli Zalal, thank you so much for the insightful informations. We would like to request you to stay on the stage because we are going to give a special souvenir from Adaksi. Since we are running out of time, so for the Q&A sessions, we'll be safe for the next. Okay. All right, then. We will ask the next keynote speaker to wait in the Zoom session. All right. Dear dear participants, attending this conference online and offline, we would like to invite you to ask one question only for Prof. Fasli Zalal as our third keynote speaker for today's conference. Two questions or one? One. Okay, one question from offline participants and one question from online participants to make it fair. So any questions? Bapak Ibu from online participants, offline participants and online participants. Those who want to ask questions, just raise your hands on Zoom. And here, if you want to ask questions, offline participants, you can also raise your hands. Boleh? Okay, Pak Gadriaman, would you please come forward, Pak? Maju aja, Pak. In English ya, Pak? In English.
Ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Prof dan semuanya. Saya akan menanyakan tentang biaya pendidikan, di mana memang ada perbaikan 20% di luar rencananya yang Sisdiknas yang sekarang adalah 20% di luar sekolah kedinasan. Kemudian yang harusnya itu secara eksplisit tercantum salary daripada dosen. Kemudian penelitian pun sama. Menurut Menteri Keuangan bahwa untuk riset itu 30% dari dana alokasi pendidikan. Jadi kalau ke perguruan tinggi misalkan diberikan 1T berarti 30%-nya. Kemudian yang paling bagus lagi, sekarang ada honor peneliti yaitu 20%. Nah, yang saya tanyakan ada baiknya dan juga ada kekurangannya dalam rancangan atau draft Sisdiknas yang akan datang. Yaitu tidak terinci ya secara eksplisit biaya yang harus diterima oleh setiap jenjang TK misalkan atau PAUD, SD, SMP, SMA, SMK dan perguruan tinggi. Harusnya agar supaya lebih kelihatan, jadi jangan dipindah-pindah ya. Alhamdulillah MBG juga sekarang mungkin sudah di luar barangkali ya. Nah inilah barangkali yang harus diperhatikan tentang biaya pendidikan dan juga memang secara unit cost per personal di sini juga harus dirinci lagi sehingga dianalisis sehingga berapa unit cost untuk anak SD, SMP, SMA, SMK dan perguruan tinggi. Terima kasih. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam, terima kasih.
Silakan langsung Prof, boleh dijawab.
Jadi sebetulnya kalau di undang-undang itu ada namanya Undang-Undang Sisdiknas maupun Undang-Undang Pendidikan Tinggi, ada biaya itu biaya langsung dan biaya tidak langsung. Yang disebut biaya langsung itu adalah gaji guru, dosen, biaya operasional dan seterusnya. Biaya tidak langsung baik biaya untuk untuk transport, makanan segala macam. Nah, kalau kita lihat sebetulnya Indonesia sudah punya perhitungan berapa per kapita untuk PAUD, berapa per kapita untuk SD, SMP, SMA, sampai SMK, sampai perguruan tinggi. Ya, sudah pernah dihitung beberapa kali gitu ya. Dan memang masih jauh daripada yang diberikan saat ini. Karena itulah kita meminta, bukan kita meminta uang lain, kita hanya minta uang yang ada di dalam APBN. Dan uang pendidikan saja, kita tidak mengganggu sektor lain. Keadilan dan transparansi dari 20% dari total APBN itu, yaitu sekitar 770 triliun. Kalau kita bagi 4, jadi 187 sekitar triliun. Dan ini bisa dibagi, kalau kita katakan sederhana, biasanya untuk operasional perguruan tinggi ini maksimal salary itu adalah 50%. Jadi kita sudah bisa menghitung 90 triliun lebih itu adalah untuk salary dengan segala tunjangan-tunjangannya. 90 triliun dari 303 ribu dosen. Nanti tentu ada pembedaan antara negeri dan swasta ya. Nah, kemudian berapa biaya riset? Kalau tadi memang dikatakan 30% dari total dana pendidikan. Nah, kalau untuk pendidikan tinggi kan tadi 30% dari 180 itu berarti kita punya sekitar lebih dari 60 triliun. Itu masih jauh dari dana riset yang tersedia. Jadi sebenarnya perhitungan-perhitungan itu sudah cukup jelas, benchmarknya ada, tingkat dunia ada, UNESCO ada, regional ada, aturan-aturan yang kita buat, perhitungan-perhitungan kita buat ada, tapi belum mencapai itu, cuman nggak jelas roadmap-nya dalam berapa lama kita akan mencapai itu. Kita tidak meminta di luar dari 20%, kita tidak meminta juga berlebihan pendidikan tinggi dibandingkan dengan pendidikan wajib belajar yang juga sangat prioritas ya. Tapi kita benchmark yang biasa dipakai di negara-negara di dunia, yaitu 20% dari total pendidikannya, anggaran pendidikannya itu adalah untuk pendidikan tinggi. Nah, jadi saya kira wajar kita meminta untuk penelitian, untuk kesejahteraan, untuk biaya operasional pendidikan mahasiswa kita sehingga dia betul-betul melakukan proses belajar yang bermutu dan hasil belajarnya juga akan sangat baik nanti untuk membuat dia bisa berkompetisi dimanapun dia bekerja. Jadi karena ini peserta berikutnya sudah sudah mau menyampaikan, kan tidak enak juga kalau dia dari luar negeri. Jadi gimana kalau kita tutup aja, nanti saya kapanpun mau Zoom sendiri boleh gak boleh, dan bahannya bisa dicerna dulu, nanti kita bahas lebih lanjut. Itu aja dari saya, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, terima kasih banyak Prof.
Ya,
Fazli Zalal. Mohon untuk tetap di stage Pak. We are going to give you a special souvenir from Adaksi sebagai bentuk apresiasi kita dari Adaksi atas kesediaan Bapak menyampaikan materi yang sangat luar biasa buat hari ini.
Yes.
So,
Pak Anggun,
Pak
can you
Anggun.
come forward and give appreciation tokens to Professor Jalal? Okay. From Kalimantan Selatan. Ambil itu yang bawah, yang bawah. Oh, oke. Oke.
The one, Pak Anggun, there is another one.
So very
Okay, our goodie bag. Jangan dilihat isinya ya, Prof. Okay, can you please give big round of applause one more time
Thank you
for
so
Prof.
much, Professor.
Fazli Zalal.
Come here. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, if knowledge is a global language, then collaboration is its most powerful accent. Our next speaker embodies this spirit of academic exchange across borders.
He's a distinguished scholar whose work continues to enrich discussions in higher educations, research development, and international academic corporations. Joining us from Egypt, Professor Dr. Muhammad Al-Kuzami Aziz, BA, MSc, PhD, SC of Fayum University. a respected academy leader dedicated to advancing knowledge, strengthening research capacity, and fostering global scholarly collaboration.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us warmly welcoming our next invited speaker, Professor Aziz. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Greetings from Cairo, Egypt. My university is located southwestern of Cairo, about 90 kilometers in the desert. The Fayoum oasis had 3 million inhabitants, and the university is a small university, about 30,000 students. This is about my university. I am really, thank you very much for invitation. Please open my presentation. I will speak about the transforming of higher education, sustainability, social impacts, and social change in global context. I don't know if my voice is clear at your end. Is it?
It's clear, sir. Just go on.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Are you going to change slides or should I do by myself? Okay. I will speak shortly about introduction and theoretical framework, global cases, Egyptian cases from 3 universities, and open the discussion about our plans to transform the higher education in order to get development for the society and implications, and at the end conclusion. Please change. Hello? Do you hear me? Okay. Starting by this slide, I have chosen 6 universities, 3 global-wise and 3 Egyptian, to compare about their plans and the 2 transformation, the curriculums and plans to help development and sustainable development in the societies. According to the 17 goals of sustainable development, UN sustainable development, and I will speak about the collaboration between 3 universities abroad, global-wise and Egyptian, in order to get positive impact. Please change the next. Okay, here 3 universities in Egypt. The history of transformation of the higher education is 3 different time periods. The medieval mission was only teaching in the 12th century to 15th century. The next stage or next time period between 16th and 20th century concentrated on advanced knowledge through research and innovation. And since the century, 21st century, till present, engagement mission to societal impact in order to develop plans and change our curriculums in order to serve the working market or the global market. Please. Yeah. Here are 4 important subjects here. The climate change, we should develop our curriculums in order to serve the climate change, and also the socio-economic disparities between different societies in order to cover the social problems, and also risk depletion and unresolved goals crisis. Change, please. Okay. Here are the goals of sustainable development. All universities serve from all goals in order to impact the partners in achieving sustainable future for all. And the first, intellectual capital and research infrastructure and convening power. Please. To enrich this discourse of higher education role, there is a stages of development. The higher education as a force for good, empowering people, advancing knowledge, and building a better, more sustainable future for all. First stage is value and purpose, and second one, education and learning, and third, knowledge generation and innovation and partnership and collaboration and global impact in order to achieve the development, societal development. Right? The balance between both levels, the South, global South and global North, it is very important. It has to be achieving the balance in curriculums and ability and establishment high modern labs and teaching staff, educating staff, developing research facilities, resources, growing faculty and national capacity, building regional and local partnership, and so on. Right? The theoretical framework starts by, next please, the input and process, output and outcomes. For the input, resources and policies, and institutional capacity and collaborations in higher education. The second is teaching, the process. What process here? Teaching, research, innovation, engagement, and knowledge exchange activities. And the output, the result of this, will be knowledge generation, skilled graduates, innovation, and community industry partnership, and serve also socio-economic development in order to in the form of sustainable growth and improved quality of life. Next, please. Here, the four dimensions of understanding the research and communication will be teaching and research, community engagement, operations. For teaching, should the curriculum developed according to the working market needs and the development stages and the recent expectations, and also a student empowerment, not only to the normal higher education programs, but it changed to technology development. We have 104 universities in Egypt. The newest education and higher education is technology. Technology education, the student can get 2 levels of graduation. The first is diploma after 2 years, and the second one after the 4th year, and he can continue for master or doctor, PhD, but he can also in cooperation with the Ministry of Workforce Ministry to establish their own startup. It is new in Egypt since 3 years, and it changes the image of higher education. And in the field of research, there is a, the interdisciplinary research and innovation creation of programs that not only one direction in research, but interdisciplinary between related sciences. Also, the operations here, sustainable campus practices, transparent governance, inclusive policies, and so on. The community engagement is the important part of the transformation of higher education, that the partnership and collaboration between the community and universities, the universities will serve as a live lab for different levels of communities in a form of continuous education and so on. Please. There is three, I have mentioned before, the three phases of development between 12th century to 15th century. The first mission preserves the transmit knowledge through teaching and scholarship. The second time period will advance knowledge through research and contribute to societal process focused on research, knowledge creation, industrialization, and scientific process, and to discover and innovate new ideas to develop the society. Starting from the 21st century and beyond, engage with society and globe to address real-world challenges, and create sustainable impact, and in the form of engagement, societal impact, and collaboration, sustainable development, and to engage, collaborate, and transformation the traditional higher education into a modern higher education in a form of the AI era. Okay. It is important to concentrate on the third mission. There is, societal changes as local and global needs. It should be the communication between local and international or global universities. The community's issues should be addressed, and the policy industry needs, environmental and sustainable changes. Also, the innovation should be developed in a higher of a global level in cooperation with international universities in a form of projects, research projects, to develop the ideas and innovate a new ideas to make the higher education important to the development of the society. Okay. Here, the four mechanisms for sustainable development goals and contributions. The first one is the human capital. It's important to discuss about this. And order knowledge, reproduction, or production, generating and applying knowledge to address global challenges and advance sustainability. The third, industrial modeling or building, is an industrial startup in order to ensure sustainability and operation at the universities. The fourth is community partnership between communities and universities and industries in order to serve new development structure for the development of the society. The next, please. Here, the table shows the university functions aligned with sustainable development goals. Here's the main tasks of universities or functions of university: teaching, research, operation, engagement. You see that all these functionalities serve all 17 sustainable development goals at universities in order to achieve the society needs to improve the society equipment and developments. Okay. How can we measurement the challenge here? Traditional metrics and distort metrics. The traditional metrics, publication counts how many publications will produce in different subjects, especially in health and well-being impact, and citation indexes, and how it is effect on or impact in environmental sector, and also student enrollment in all projects. It is important to develop their skills in order to social equality and inclusion. Research funding from inside and outside global in order to improve the innovation impact for the society, and getting ranking higher for universities in the field of research and production and innovation in order to serve the development of the society. Next, please. The theory of change example, the renewable energy on campus. We have changed to the modern or the new energy sources to improve efficiency across facilities and faculties, and install solar energy, wind energy, and renewable systems. Also to reduce the level of gas emissions, CO2 emissions, and generate data and evidence of impact. Build technical expertise through practice and learning. Dissemination via research and partnership, conduct research and development solutions, share findings through publications, events, and open data. The fourth, external adaptation and impact. Other institutions, communities, and organizations adopt solutions to serve the development of the society. Next, please. I guess that is the old presentation. I think I have a different one. It was the, okay, the organizer, please. This is not the what I have arranged lately. Hello. Excuse me. Is there any communication to the organizer? This is the old presentation. This is it was the old presentation. I have changed one to only 40 slides.
So how many slides?
It's a different one.
Oh, really? That's the
Yes,
slide that you have given
the
us.
oldest one. The oldest one. The newest one is only 40 slides.
40 slides.
Yeah. Should I share from my side or not?
Yeah. I think so, sir.
Ah, okay.
It's 42 slides. Yeah.
Yeah. The one you shared was the old one. More
Oh.
than 80 slides.
Oh, okay.
Okay, no problem. I got it. Okay. Yeah. Okay, these cases, global cases, Stanford University, they have different academic reorganization for their plans. The academic operation covers different things: environmental and resources, humanities and social sciences, engineering, earth system sciences, health and human performance, and sustainable sciences. Also interdisciplinary institutes as a center for ocean solutions, sustainable food institute, sustainable cities, and so on. MIT is one of the famous universities covering sustainable solutions in form of technological innovation and social internship and community engagement and policy analysis. Harvard University, they concentrated on three main themes: natural sciences, social sciences and humanities, and engineering. They have plans since 2025 for the future to 2030 in order to change their impact international-wise. As you know, that Harvard University, one of the first universities, they are concentrated on climate action, research, and community engagement. In Egypt, I have selected three universities. One is Cairo University, the second one is Ain Shams University, the third one is a kind of private university called American University Cairo. All of them, the three universities, the highest, the top three universities in Egypt, in Egyptian universities, we have in total 104 universities. These three are the top universities. They're covering healthcare, literary awareness, and experiential learning, and faculty engagement and skills development. And they have developed their plans in order to serve the modernization of the community. And they have reduced the humanities programs, the humanity programs. They have reduced because the unemployment getting higher in Egypt. Therefore, they have reduced the enrollment of students in humanities and social sciences. Instead of this, open new universities. We call it technical universities, as I mentioned before. Ain Shams University is one university in Cairo, and they cover research areas, especially water science and air quality and renewable energy and agriculture, the modern agriculture or smart agriculture, in order to help the state to improve the agriculture production. If we compare between the global universities and local universities, there are some similarities, except the difference between the goals. The unemployment in Egypt in the field of humanities and social sciences and education, but in other global universities, they have the same level of enrollment, and they don't have unemployment problem since they have international students. There's a comparison between the 6 universities, 3 global and 3 local, collaborative approach, cross institution partnership and knowledge sharing, joint research programs and capacity. There is a kind of cooperation or commitment between global universities and local universities. They have twin programs, local programs and international programs, and the student can get 2 kinds of certificates: graduate certificates, local certificate, and international certificates, especially in medicine and engineering, AI. These 3 fields they are very important for development these stages of universities. The implication here for the curriculum, it is important to introduce the core integration, embedded sustainability across discipline and learning outcomes. Specialized program, as I mentioned, sustainability degrees, minor and certificates in cooperation with international universities, and also develop the ability to understand complex systems and in conventions, experimental learning between both universities, local and global. Implication for research and knowledge production, context relevant research, identify and address real world challenges and local priorities through research that is grounded in the needs and opportunities of the communities we serve. Also interdisciplinary collaboration, bring together diverse disciplines and perspectives and stakeholders to create knowledge and develop innovative integrated solutions, reform funding, aligned funding mechanism with impact, equity, and societal relevance by supporting long-term collaborative and translation research, accessible dissemination, ensure open, exclusive, and actionable sharing of research funding with policymakers, practitioners, and communities, and wider. Implication for community engagement, the universities and community, they share ideas, they share decision-making, equity, benefits. At the universities, they have more than 1/3 of the top council from the society and industry in order to get the ideas what they need in the industry and the community in order to change or develop their curriculums. Conclusion here that the living laboratories agents of development and active pursuit and well-being, public good and cooperation engine of innovations. And I think it is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. Is there any questions?
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Aziz, for this very extraordinary presentations. So, ladies and gentlemen, online and offline participants, we would like to invite you to ask one question only for Prof. Aziz. Perhaps we would like to invite the online participants. If there is one, you may raise your hands and we can turn your audio on. Online participants, kindly turn your camera on and ask the questions right away to our keynote speaker, Professor Aziz from Egypt. No questions from online participants?
I think there is one.
Oh, there is one.
Yes.
Okay.
Faith, Professor
Oh.
Faith.
Oh, hello. Thank you so much for
Valencia.
your presentation. I enjoyed it very much.
Thank you.
I do have a question. In one of the previous slides, you said that it was very important that we are able to share and disseminate research findings. I wholeheartedly agree with you, especially with policymakers and governments around this area. Is there a channel that you recommend for researchers working in this space? Given a lot of academic journal articles are behind paywalls and they're not as available as to the general public and policymakers as perhaps we would like. So do you have any recommendations for disseminating and sharing research that talks to these impacts?
Sure. We have a ministry for research. It is a higher education and research. There is SDTF. It is an organization, governmental organization, supports research. We can apply for international research. We have recently a project within BRICS countries. We have 3 countries, Brazil, South Africa, and Russia, in one project, and we have applied for funding, and I think it is a good start for BRICS countries to cooperate together in local projects, and they can take the same methodology and apply in their countries and get communication directly through seminars and meetings offline, and this is a good step. It wasn't before, it is a new, we can see it is a kind of development for the society in order to get experience from outside and develop our country within. I can mention the type of the project. We apply the GeoAI. It is a new technology within AI to allocate desert lakes in the to serve water, flood water, to protect areas or settlements from the risk, flood risk. It's a way of cooperate together between the 3 mentioned countries. Am I clear?
Yeah, no, I'm turning my mic on. That's amazing because I can see that kind of technology and development. excuse me, would have application here in Australia as well. We have large areas where water, particularly in the center of the country, is an issue. So very interested in following this project, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Kate. Now we provided a room for offline participants to ask the questions. Mr. Anggun is there. Okay, Mr. Anggun, you may ask your questions. Only one question, Pak Anggun. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Professor Aziz. I'm Anggun.
Good afternoon, sir. Good
Okay.
afternoon.
Yeah, I have a question for you. We know that.
Who's speaking, please? Who's speaking, please? Would you introduce yourself?
Oh, can somebody move this?
Yeah, can you see me?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Can you raise your hand?
It's offline participant. On-site participant.
Offline. Oh,
No, the offline
okay.
participant.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
in the
Okay,
room.
I should.
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Okay. My question is, we know that Egypt is quite difficult for me to find the Egypt universities get a good rank in QS, for example. But we know that, for example, the Al-Azhar University is good, and there are so many young students come to Egypt and study Islamic studies in Egypt.
I think we have 20,000
Yeah,
Indonesian.
including there are so many Indonesian students there. One of
They're studying free of charge.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, and I want to know that how you conduct a kind of financing the higher education in Egypt, because for Al-Azhar, we know about the wakaf. The wakaf is
Yes.
kind of the endowment fund.
Yeah.
Endowment fund. If we compare with the Harvard University, and you can manage well, and you can give the scholarship, and the student can study in Al-Azhar University without tuition fee. It's kind of a good management in financial for supporting the student around the world, not only for the Egyptian, I mean the local student from the Egypt. Would you like to mention about how the Egypt government support the higher education? Yeah, I think that we need a kind of maybe some inspiration for Egypt that maybe we can implement in Indonesia. Maybe you have a story about how your government support the higher education in Egypt. Thank you.
Do you know Egypt is still in the third world category, and they have not enough, budget for higher education. Professor who spoke before me, he showed us the comparison between different countries. I think the level of funding, governmental funding, is going to be less than before, in order to, based on the economical crisis everywhere and unstable political situation in the Middle East, as you see, there is a reduction of the governmental funding for universities. But they have opened the door to create programs, paid programs, new programs oriented to in the field of AI. But the Al-Azhar University, they have their own budget. They can cover international students, especially from Islamic countries. They have, I think, 3.5% of coverage, funding coverage for Islamic students from Indonesia, Malaysia, different countries. And the student can choose any of the subject they're offered not only Islamic studies, but other studies like medicine, engineering, and so on. The governmental funding or support for higher education is getting reduction. We have to work, to get international support for our research in order to support our institution. For example, I mentioned international project within BRICS. 20% of the income of this project goes to the government or to the universities. It's a kind of resources, financial resources. It wasn't before. It is a new. It is. I think I try to explain the situation here. Still, the economic impacts, it is higher than before. I think we are not getting better situation. Is it okay for you? Should
All right.
I
Answer your questions, Pak Anggun? All right.
It's
Thank
okay.
you. Prof. Ajis, yes.
Okay. Mm.
All right, Prof. Ajis, on
Okay.
behalf of ADAXI and all participants of the first International Conference on Policy Innovations and Practice in Higher Education 2026, we would like to thank you for your remarkable presentations and also your
You're welcome.
response during
Thank
the
you
sessions.
for you all. Thank you for you all, and I enjoyed getting 2 questions. Thank you very much, Professor Faith and colleagues offline, and good luck for the next time. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you, Prof.
Thank you
Ajis.
very much.
We hope to
Bye-bye.
see you in the next
Thank you.
sessions. Right.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, higher education today is no longer confined by geography. It is shaped by connections, conversations, and collaborations across continents.
Our next speaker is a leading academic voice in the field of education and international collaboration, whose work bridges theory, practice, and global engagement in higher education. Joining us from Australia, Dr. Faith Valencia Forrester, PhD from Charles Sturt University, a dedicated scholar whose expertise in internationalizations and educational development continues to contribute to global conversations on higher education transformation.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is our great pleasure to invite her to share her insight with us today. So let's give big round of applause and welcome Dr. Faith Valencia Forrester.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. It's lovely seeing you all in the room and online. So are you going to share the screen? You are. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. First of all, I'll stop sharing. I was getting ready to share my screen, but I'll just move that off so that I can work with you. Thank you, everybody, especially to the organizing committee for the invitation. And good evening, where it's evening here. Good afternoon to all of you in the room, joining from across the region and beyond. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands from which I speak. I'm coming to you from the lands of the Cubby Cubby people. And I also want to pay my respects to elders past, present, and emerging. I extend that respect to First Peoples on all the lands where you join from today. I lead work integrated learning at Charles Sturt University. I'm also chair of the governance committee for Work Integrated Learning Australia. And I, with a number of wonderful colleagues, some of who were speaking this morning, formed the Asia Pacific Hub at Charles Sturt, which is a consortium of people from the Asia Pacific and East Asian region coming together because we strongly believe that knowledge is not just one way, global north to the global south. Part of our work is about profiling the different communities and knowledges rather than just accepting the Western banking model. Over the next half hour, I want to make one argument around internationalization, and it's not about flows. It's really not what comes out of our institutions or into our institutions. It's only about one thing as far as I'm concerned, and it's all about our relationships. Because without those relationships, a lot of the work that we do is not possible. So the service learning model of work integrated learning is one of the most concrete ways that we can build relationships in terms of equity and reciprocity. I also want to acknowledge where I'm speaking today. This is an Indonesian higher education audience, and Indonesia built community service into the very definition of a university, the Tradharma, and it has run the KKN as a national real-world community learning program since the 1970s. I always said in my community internship program, that we should run service learning for every university student, and you guys are already doing it. So I know that I really have nothing to offer you in terms of instruction because you already are doing it. But what I would like to do is join with you in the spirit of dialogue with a region that has long understood a great deal of what I'm about to describe. If you don't mind going to the next slide, please. So let me start with the word internationalization itself. For decades, we have measured internationalization by what moves. Now, our student mobility, our international fee revenue, branch campuses, positions in global rankings, these are real, and I'm not going to stand here and pretend that they don't matter. They do fund a great deal of what we do. But notice what those measures describe. They describe a movement. They describe flow in one direction or another. And what they really ask is the harder questions: who benefits and on what terms? And I'm conscious of many of you have been on the receiving end of global north to the global south one-way model, and you know its costs more directly than I do. So take what follows as a less of a critique, but I'm bringing to you an argument, I guess, to say that this region is more balanced and more ready to lead. My argument today is that we, and by we, I mean Western universities, need to form a model built on exchange, from exchange onto one built on reciprocity. One that's bound by collaboration, grounded in mutual benefit, equity, and shared social impact. That is the shift that I hope that we can walk through together today. Next slide, please. So here's the shift that I'm talking about. The model that many of us in institutions like mine inherited is the one on the left of your screen. It treats mobility and revenue as the goal. Knowledge flows from a so-called center out to a so-called periphery community. Partners are understood, often without anyone saying it out loud, as markets or as recruitment channels. Impact is assumed rather than measured, and benefit accrues unevenly, usually back towards the better resourced institution. Now, I do need to be careful here because the left-hand column doesn't mean it doesn't have any value, but it is an incomplete model. And if it's left unexamined, it does become quite extractive. Now, the model on your right, it's harder and it's slower, but it's more honest. Mutual benefit and shared purpose are the goal. Knowledge is co-created across partners. It's shared. Partners are equal. They have a shared purpose, and they also have their own priorities. They're not recipients of the other's priorities. Impact is designed and tracked together, and the benefit is negotiated and it's reciprocal. If I put this another way, it means treating the Asia Pacific not as a case study, but a site as a generator of knowledge and theory in its own right. Indonesia is one of the clearest examples I know. KKN made a community-based learning a national expectation half a century ago. Us in the West, we're just now catching up. It's been cited internationally as a model, and that in itself is a region generating theory, not importing it. And everything else I say today rests on that premise that this is one move from exchange that Western universities need to make from extraction to reciprocity. Next slide, please. So how do we put this into practice? Oh, sorry, I've gone ahead. No, we don't. I'm in the wrong there. Thank you. The framework I work in is what you might call community-based global learning. In my country, it's called service learning. It's a model of work-integrated learning where practice meets theory. But service learning has a particular focus on serving communities and creating a difference and creating global citizens, citizens that have an understand of their place in the world and what they can do to change it. The core idea here is an inversion. Instead of the visiting institution being the protagonist, the community's priorities sit at the center. 4 characteristics define it. First, it must be community-led. The partner defines the need and the terms of the engagement, not the visiting university. Second, it is reciprocal. Value flows in both directions, and the relationship is built to outlast any single project or cohort. Third is its capability building. It has to build and contribute something. And you know this, the point is to strengthen local capacity, not to substitute it and not to mine it. And finally, it must be ethically grounded. Power, consent, and benefit are named and negotiated openly rather than left unspoken. And that responsibility lays on the institution. These 4 characteristics are, in fact, the test I apply to any partnership. If a collaboration cannot meet them, then that tells me something that I need to pay attention to. And I want to be honest about something. When I describe these 4 characteristics, I'm largely describing what your Tradharma and KKN have practiced for 50 years. The community-based global learning literature, much of it written in the global north, is in many ways catching up to that, not the other way around. Next slide, please. Now, reciprocity is easy to assert and hard to do. It's the kind of word that can sit in a strategy document for years without changing anything. It's putting it into practice where the rubber hits the road. And this is where work-integrated learning earns its place in this conversation. A word on terms in the Asia-Pacific Hub's vocabulary, the work that I'm describing is community-based and it's global learning. Work-integrated learning is the institutional mechanism I use to deliver it, but the structure that gives it that reciprocity to the relationship, the real work, the real partners, and the real outcomes that hold institutes accountable to the relationship, they're not the same thing, and I need to keep them distinct. 3 things in particular contribute to this. Will involves authentic, situated work with students contributing to genuine community and industry priorities. This is both abroad and at home. It depends on a shared design. Placements and projects are scoped with the partners together, not handed to them, and it builds mutual accountability for the institution and the community partners. Quality frameworks make obligations to students and partners and ourselves explicit. That's the bridge from principle to practice, and work-integrated learning, or as we call it, WIL, is what stops reciprocity being a slogan because it requires real deliverables for the partner, something that they helped shape and something that everybody can be held to. Next slide, please. So I'm going to make this concrete for you. Sharing 2 examples from my own work. The first is the Asia-Pacific Hub for Community-Based Global Learning. The hub is a regional network built to connect institutions and communities around the Asia-Pacific region based on shared community-defined learning. We view our community partners as sites of knowledge, and we respect their lived experience as valuable and knowledge that we can learn from and share. So it's rather than being one directional placement for our students, it convenes partners across the Asia Pacific on equal footing, and it builds shared standards for ethical reciprocal engagement, and it works to sustain our relationships beyond individual projects or funding cycles. It's important that we're not just coming into a region and for one project. We're focused on committing and forming relationships that we hope will last many years. So we've facilitated a number of social impact projects with community partners locally and globally. And some of those partners that I've been working with have come back and worked with us again and again on a number of different projects because we've built that trust and respect, and we've actually built the basis and foundations of longevity in those relationships. This morning, I believe you heard from Tariq Zaman, who he does exactly this kind of work at UTS Sarawak. He co-designs technology with communities in Borneo, and that itself is a live example of the region generating its own models. So why does an Asia Pacific hub matter? Well, it's because I genuinely believe that it turns goodwill into infrastructure. With reciprocity, it stops being a one-off good intention and becomes a standing capability and something that relationships can rely on. But it also foregrounds the region as being its own community with its own set of knowledges and its own set of practices that are of equal value, if not more, to some of our global North partners. Next slide, please. The second is a partnership I lead at Charles Sturt University in India. And I want to be clear that this one sits alongside but just outside the Asia Pacific hub. It's a direct bilateral university relationship, but it runs on the same logic, and that's why I've included it today. What makes this one matter to me is that it is grounded in shared scholarship and mutual contribution. It's not one visiting expert delivering to a host. It is co-created, joint scholarship, and shared authorship. It's capability focused, and it's built on each partner's strengths, adding value in both directions. And most importantly, it's relationship first, and it's designed to endure as an ongoing partnership, not just a single visit. I went there last year, and I'm hoping to return again in August, at the end of August. But more than that, I'm actually hoping that I can bring colleagues from Parole University to Australia so that we can have mutual sharing of our own cultures and our own knowledges and our own experiences. The only problem I have is funding. Funding's always an issue in this space. That is reciprocity, and it's one that I can actually point to rather than just describe. Next slide. So I operate under 4 principles for equitable partnership, but I'm sure I can learn a lot from the people in this room and online because you're doing this work every day. So what does it look like in operation for me? These build on the 6 fair trade learning principles that the community-based global learning collaborative have released, and the hub works to reciprocity, transparency, shared authority, non-extraction, accountability, and durability in practice. And I hold to 4 disciplines. 1 is name the power. Be explicit about the asymmetries of funding and of prestige, of voice, and then design against them. Rather than pretending they are not there, we purposefully decenter global north and Western sensibilities. 2, we define benefit together. We let partners tell us what success means for them, and we do not assume it on their behalf. 3 is we build, we don't extract, and we build together. We leave capability behind. We be honest about the risk of mining communities for student experiences or for our own publications. And finally, we commit beyond the cycle. So we sustain the relationship past the grant, past the cohort, past the reporting deadline. Once we finish one experience, we're working to what's our next step in this space. What does this community need for or decide or request for the next step, and how are we going to support that? None of this is complicated. It's really just a philosophy that we bring as people working in this space. It is a discipline, and it's something that you have to choose and choose again. I've had a number of fantastic opportunities that I have had to turn away because they just haven't abided by the principles that we hold important to this kind of work. The next slide, please. So let me lift this back up because the conference is asking big questions. How does higher education contribute to sustainability, social impact, and meaningful change? I don't pretend to have an answer, but here's my attempt at what we could possibly do to contribute. Universities are not only centers of knowledge and innovation. Done well, global collaboration positions us as partners in equity and sustainability, contributing to the communities we engage with, not just drawing from them. That maps onto 3 words: equity, who's included and on whose terms; sustainability, which is the relationships that endure rather than deplete; and impact, which is measured by the community outcomes, not by our own metrics alone. Reciprocal will-anchored collaboration is one concrete answer to the question this conference is built around. My only disappointment is that I'm not there in the room with all of you, being able to explore and form new relationships in this region. I think it is so rich, and there's so much I can learn from all of you. Next slide, please. I would be doing you a disservice if I made this sound easy, because we all know that this work is not easy. So let me name the hard edges honestly. First, power rarely equalizes fully. Funding and prestige still sit unevenly, even in the best partnerships. Naming that is necessary, but it's also not sufficient. Second, reciprocity is slower and costlier. It resists the very metrics and timelines that our institutions reward us on. The tension is real, and it does not fully resolve. I often work in a Western approach where I need to get in, get things done, and have results. So I really have to spend time communicating and sharing with my institution that this kind of work is slow. It is not outcomes driven, it's relational. And that's what a lot of institutions that I work with don't understand. And if I'm honest, I have to really address that in myself as well. I have to constantly pull myself back, make myself sit and listen and learn rather than focus on get it done and get it over. And third and finally, good intentions can still extract. Student experiences and publications can quietly become the real product, even when we don't mean them to. So I don't have any neat solutions to these. I hold them as ongoing work, and I think any honest account of this work has to. You guys have been doing it a lot longer than me, and I am sure that you have some suggestions around how to work through these issues. Next slide. Oh, that's the slide I just did. If we can go to the next slide, please. So if we want this to be more than a commitment of a few individuals, it needs enabling conditions, and it needs 4 of them: policy and governance. And the previous professor, he pointed to this, but I think it is very important that policy and governance are aware and engaged with this work. Frameworks that recognize and protect reciprocal partnerships domestically and internationally as legitimate work rather than a side project or a policy framework. Quality standards, and this is close to my own work. Will quality frameworks that make our obligations to partners explicit and assurable. There's so many people that if it's not in policy, it doesn't count. Institutional commitment is our third. Leadership that genuinely values relationship and impact alongside mobility and revenue. And that's something I can talk to Parole University. What struck me about the level of community engaged learning and community engagement that they were involved in It was something that was set up from the very top. The president of that university has a commitment to serving communities where they're based, and that trickles down right through to the academics and their students. And that was very visible in the time that I was there. I feel like they have an example of what other institutions like my own can learn from. Finally, people and networks. The practitioners, the champions, the hubs that hold relationships over time, often across change in staff and funding. For the policymakers and the leaders in the room, this is where your role sits. And these are conditions that you can build. Next slide, please. So I'm coming to the end of my presentation. So I'd like to close with an invitation. 4 things framed as commitments that we might share with other share rather than instructions from me. If we audit our own partnerships against these principles honestly, we ask our partners what benefits means to them and let that answer reshape the work. Third, build the policy and quality scaffolding that makes reciprocity assurable, not just aspirational, and hold collaboration as a relationship to sustain, not a transaction to complete. And none of these require permission. And in a room like this, with policy reach and institutional standing many of you hold, they are well within our reach. Next slide, please. So that's it from me. I will leave it here. My argument has been very simple. Move from exchange to reciprocity, ground it in equity, and use work-integrated learning as the vehicle and the mechanism that makes it real. Unfortunately, I'm speaking to the choir here, and I've got more to learn from you than you have from me. But thank you so much for having me speak to you today. I genuinely like to hear from you, and if you have a partnership example of your own, love for you to share it with the room and the rest of us online, because that exchange is part of a reciprocal relationship that I've been describing. Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. for the brilliant presentations. Thank you so much. Now it's time for question and answer sessions. So I'm going to divide it into 2. The offline questioners and the online questioners. So who wants to ask a question for the offline participants, please? For the offline participants, would you please to ask Dr. Valencia questions, please? Online participants, offline participant. Is there any? Okay. So if you don't have any questions for offline participants, I have a questions. Okay. Wait, doctor. Okay, Dr. Valencia, as an educator practitioner, you bridge the gap between global standard and the local realities. Well, internationalizations often demand standardized curricula and global competences. However, classroom in Papua, because I teach in Papua, face unique socioculture dynamics and structural challenges. From a practical standpoint, how can we design international collaboration programs that are truly inclusive? Specifically, what pedagogical frameworks or teacher training models can foreign partners bring to Papua that respect local wisdom while equipping Papuan students with the practical skills? Yeah, that's all.
That is a hard question, but it seems simple on its face value. My very first starting point would be with your colleagues in Papua, because they know their culture and they know their space better than anybody. So I would be led and guided by them in the first instance. And then I would say that it comes down to your relationships and what pedagogies they're interested in you bringing in. But I'd always be led by your Papua colleagues rather than coming in and saying, this is how we do education. I don't think I've answered that very well, but absolutely from my perspective is to be led by the local community and be guided by them and their local college culture and knowledges, for rather than bring in imported knowledges. Like, definitely we can both learn from each other, but I'd start with them and be led by them. And their curiosity would be about the practices that you bring and your pedagogy. So I think it's very much goes back to that reciprocity and those conversations and designing those programs together.
Okay, thank you so much. That answered my questions. And now for online participant, is there any question? Online. Operator, can you help me? Is there? Yeah, okay, please.
Oke, thank you. Suara saya terdengar?
Yeah, it's clear.
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, Dr. Faith. Please mention that funding is always a challenge in building reciprocal international partnership. What alternative funding models or strategies do you think could help to sustain long-term community-based global learning partnerships? Thank you.
Oh, that is a great question, and I don't have a fantastic answer for you. In Australia, we have a lot of government funding that funds global mobility and student mobility, because there was a real push for internationalization in Australia and a push for us to connect to regions throughout the Asia Pacific. So currently, I rely a lot on government funding for the work that I do, but that actually dictates a lot of what is involved in the project and what you can do. So it's having to, when we're talking about reciprocity with our partners, unfortunately, I bring some criteria to that relationship. For example, our government funds global mobility that has to have language inclusion. So students have to participate in language lessons. So it's really about kind of working with the partner to design around those funding requirements. But then the other thing is, I always kind of think laterally around funding for these opportunities. I was very fortunate that Parole funded some of our students to come, and I was able to source funding from an external source to fund the airfares for my students to travel to Parole. So, Desi, it's not a very good answer. I'm sorry, but what I do is I try to think laterally. Here's the problem. I need to get X amount of students here to have this experience with this community. How can I come up with some funding that will allow me to do that? Different university funding vehicles within institutions, often I've used those. And sometimes I've just gone to my provost or my DVCA and said, here's an opportunity for my students. We have this partnership. Can you fund this experience for me? And sometimes they say yes.
All right. Does that answer your question, Ibu? Yeah. Okay. Well, Dr. Valencia, on behalf of the Committee of International Conference on Policy Innovations and Practice in Higher Education, we thank you for being here. We are so excited. Thank you so much. You have given us a lot of practice insight on how international partnership can truly support higher education. So let's give her a round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much, Doctor. We'll see you in the next opportunity.
Yes. Right. Today we have listened to the voices from the government, academia, and international institutions. Different actions, different experiences, but one shared belief that higher education remains one of humanity's greatest tools for shaping a better future.
We will now proceed to the parallel presentation sessions. To all presenter, may your slide cooperate, your microphone function properly, and your internet connection remain loyal throughout the session.
And before we proceed to the parallel sessions, we would like to remind every presenters, especially online presenter, to rename your Zoom account with the format that has been shared by the committee, starting by your room name, followed by the order, and of course, the last one is your name. So for example, if you are in room eco, so you write eco number 8, Hervia, for example.
And beta number 1, Tina, for example.
All right. And on behalf of the organizing committee, thank you for your participations, your ideas, and your commitment to advancing higher education.
We wish you productive discussion, meaningful collaborations, and perhaps a few new research partners before the day ends. Together, let us continue transforming higher education through policy reform, innovation, practice, and global collaboration.
Thank you. See you in the next session. Bang Anta, offline presenters di mana? Topas. Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to witness the greatness of presenters that are going to their ideas, research today, you may go to Popas room. There will be offline for parallel presenters there, because this room is going to be used by some moderators to lead the parallel sessions online. So without gimana ya mau bilang ya, tanpa mengusir maksudnya Bapak Ibu, ya. Maksudnya saya tidak bermaksud mengusir begitu, cuman cuman bisa lah ya kalau mau lihat teman-teman yang mau presentasi, we have a lot of great presenters. Banyak presenters yang offline. Ada kurang lebih 10 dari berbagai universitas di Indonesia. Jadi silakan Bapak Ibu boleh menuju ke ruang Topas ya, Topas room, still on the same level floor, masih lantai 6 ya. Bapak Ibu silakan boleh menuju ke sana karena ruangannya ini mau dipakai untuk parallel session online. Begitu. Terima kasih.
you.